483. This cross-continent ferry from the Skeleton Beach's linen sect was shaped like a river ship and was no different from the many small and medium-sized ferries that Chen Pinggan had ridden before. However, after it rose into the air, there was something mysterious about it. Around the huge ferry, smoke billowed, and illusory armored warriors appeared. They were like movers pulling the boat, rushing through the sea of clouds in the void. The speed of the ferry was as fast as lightning, far surpassing the Dage Mountain ferry of the North Continent Celestial sect. Chen Pinggan had already taken the sword deity and blade strengthening gourd and placed them on the table. When he was practicing in the house, he would take out a few bamboo slips and go to the viewing platform to enjoy the scenery. He would often rub them. The yellowing bamboo slip in his hand was engraved with the words "clear when nothing happens, cut when something happens." Chen Pinggan was very familiar with the words "clear when nothing happens, cut when something happens." Although Kui Dongshan gave him a jade bamboo folding fan before he left, Chen Pinggan always felt that the folding fan was wronged when he thought of the famous scholar lying on the rattan chair and waving the fan. He could not imagine how awkward it would be if he waved the fan. After the ferry flew out of the territory of Liju Blessed Land, it would temporarily dock at the ferry of Changchun Palace in the north of Dallas capital. Changchun Palace was the first-class immortals cave in Dali. The cultivators there were all women. After the lady in the palace lost her power, she cultivated there. At that time, the imperial court in Dali thought that the lady who was far away from the central government would not be able to climb back up. Unexpectedly, she was the biggest winner in the end. She gave birth to 2 sons. One was supported by the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, and became the new emperor of Dali. The other one was closer to the vassal king, Song Jianqiang, and was about to be conferred the title of king in Laolong City. After the death of the former emperor, she was clearly imprisoned. It was as if she did not do anything and things had already turned out the best. It was no wonder that the people liked to say that good people would be rewarded, but they often did not believe it in their hearts. Chen Pinggan was different from Jiyu Kan and Pei Qian. He did not record everything on paper. If there was too much, he would not remember it well. When Chen Pinggan first went out for a long trip, the Lady of Dali had a strong desire to kill. She directly sent a group of Dali's top assassins to tail him. If it was not for Alliance, 100 Chen Pinggan would have been dead. Of course, that woman had her reasons. Her son, Song Jisin, had suffered greatly at the hands of Chen Pinggan. He was almost strangled to death by a kill worker's apprentice in the rain in Clay Bottle Alley. After passing through the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and the Bookslip Lake, Chen Pinggan could already roughly sort out the lady's thoughts. Obviously, when the Lady of Dali was at the peak of her power, she began to plot to raise her son, Song He, who was by her side in the capital, and to rope in the civil and military officials. As for Song Jisin, who thrived for the good fortune of the Song clan, he fought for opportunities in Liju Cave and earned as much as he could for the clan. If Song Jisin died, she would probably cry bitterly. However, he died young not long after he was born. Song Mu, whose name had long been erased from the genealogy of the Song clan, died. It was just another death. However, at least half of Song Jisin's credit was due to her, his mother. Her credit was naturally the credit of her other son, Song He. These inside stories were not known to the pillars of the country and the important officials of Dali. But it did not matter. The late emperor acknowledged it, Kui Dong acknowledged it, and Song Jianqiang acknowledged it. That was enough. It was even better that Song Jisin left Liju Cave alive. Of course, the premise was that this Song Mu, whose name had been restored to the genealogy, was not greedy. He had to be well-behaved and knew not to fight for the throne with his older brother. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan and Song Jisin, who was on a diplomatic mission to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, met by chance at Cliff Academy, they did not have any conflict. When Song Jisin and Chen Pinggan were neighbors, they often talked sarcastically. He said that in Chen Pinggan's big house, the only thing that made noise was bottles and jars, and the only fragrance that could be smelled was the fragrance of medicine. However, except for the matter of lying to Chen Pinggan and breaking the oath, Song Jisin and Chen Pinggan generally lived in harmony. They just did not like each other and minded their own business. As for those sarcastic remarks, They were as light as goose feathers in places like Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. Whoever cared about them would suffer losses. In fact, Song Jisin had suffered a lot because of the trivial remarks of these women in the marketplace. Because they cared too much, they formed a knot in their hearts that could not be untied even by the gods. When the ferry approached the capital of Dali, Chen Pingan sat on the railing of the observation deck. He looked up at the sky and drank silently. When he was young, Chen Pingan was most afraid of illness. After he familiarized himself with the mountain to collect herbs, he later became an apprentice of a kill worker and learned how to make porcelain from old Yarrow, who looked down on him. Chen Pingan was the most vigilant about his health. Whenever there were signs of illness, he would go up the mountain to collect herbs and boil them. Liu Xianyang used to joke that Chen Pingan was the most delicate person in the world. He really thought that he was the daughter of a rich family in Fulu Street. It wasn't just the young Chen Pingan. He had watched his mother fall sick in bed. Her treatment was ineffective, and she was as thin as a match. In the end, she passed away on a snowy day. Chen Pingan was very afraid that once he died, there would be no one in the world who would miss his parents. Back then, his mother always said that illness would not hurt, but she was often sleepy, so little Pingan was not afraid and did not have to worry. At first, the young child really believed it, but later he knew that it was not like that at all. His mother gritted her teeth and endured it because she wanted him to think less and do less. Most of the old bedding had been torn to shreds in the corners. In a rich family, they did not have to worry about food and clothing. It was said that children who remembered things early would have great prospects. In a poor family, children who matured early could not do anything but suffer early. In the Mud Bottle Alley back then, no one would care about a young child who stepped on a stool to cook. He was choked by smoke until his face was full of tears, but he still had a smile on his face. What was he thinking? Would a child who ran alone in the immortal's tomb to pray for blessings be afraid of the dark? Would he be afraid of the ghostly rumors in the streets? When he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the immortals and bodhisattvas, he said that he owed them incense and that he would make up for it when he grew up. Was that considered sincere? No one would remember the door of a house back then. Inside the house, a woman endured the pain and clenched her teeth. There were still faint sounds that seeped out of the gaps between her teeth and out of the bedding. Outside the door, the child with a pale face did not know what to do. He squatted on the ground and covered his ears with both hands. He did not dare to cry out, afraid that his mother would know that he knew. Not all relatives in the world could share sorrow and joy. It was not necessarily a good thing to come too early. Before he left, Pei Qian was in a daze when he was keeping watch at the ancestral house. He was dozing off when his head fell down. He woke up abruptly and found that his master was secretly crying. Pei Qian did not speak and looked at his master silently. He vaguely saw a young figure squatting in the corner, facing the medicine jar. His master, who was still a child, was afraid of growing up, afraid of tomorrow. He even seemed to want to turn back time and return to the good times when his family was reunited. In the end, Chen Pingan gently came back to his senses. He rubbed Pei Qian's head and said softly, "Master is fine. It's just a pity that his mother did not live to see this day. You don't know, but Master's mother is very beautiful when she smiles." Back then, all the neighbors in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, no matter how sharp and mean you usually were, all of them said that my father was lucky to be able to marry such a good woman like my mother. In the latter half of that night, Pei Qian put his head on his master's lap and slowly fell asleep. After dawn, Chen Pingan left his hometown again. He traveled thousands of miles. Behind him was his hometown, not his hometown. He must go back. After Chen Pingan left, Luopo Mountain was more or less lively. Old Kui Cheng had always lived in seclusion. Zheng Dafeng was busy cleaning up at the mountain gate. He was unkempt all day long. It could not be helped. This guy liked to help the craftsmen. The craftsmen did not find it strange. Even Luopo Mountain's mountain lord Chen, who was said to have a very strong background, could be said to have a very good future. Some of the rumors were so vivid that people were too lazy to be jealous. There was only envy and admiration. For a dragon kill apprentice from Clay Bottle Alley to be able to survive until today, No matter how lucky he was, his ability was definitely not small. But this hunchbacked man surnamed Zheng, who was a gatekeeper, was not much better than these lowly coolies. So when they got along, they were not restrained. They jested and joked with each other. Their words were unrestrained. It was very harmonious. Zheng Dafeng's words were especially vulgar. It was more roundabout than the vulgar words of ordinary men, but it was not scholarly and sour. So both sides drank wine and ate big bowls of meat at the table. Once someone realized what was going on, they would really want to slap the table in praise and give the Dafeng brothers a thumbs up. Chen Ruchu was still busy cleaning the various houses. In fact, he cleaned every day. Luopo Mountain was beautiful and clean, but Chen Ruchu still did not get tired of it. He treated it as his top priority. Cultivation came later. So the pink-dressed girl was the only one on Luopo Mountain who had the keys to all the houses. Chen Pinggan did not, and neither did Zhu Lian. Chen Lingjun was still unruly and wandered around. Last time at the night banquet, he was in the limelight, so he gained a few more Jianghu friends. Big and small hills were all very attentive to this green-clothed boy who could sit in the high position of a distinguished guest. For example, the Jindan earthly immortal elder of Yidai Peak liked Chen Lingjun to be a guest. The elder and the child drank and chatted freely, boasting about their heroic deeds in the past. They hit it off very well. Regarding this matter, Chen Pinggan had specially told Chen Lingjun in private that he could visit Yidai Peak often. So Chen Lingjun was very confident. After Pei Qian gave Sister Shosho 2 bags of fried dough twists, he remembered his master's instructions and accompanied Chen Lingjun to Yidai Peak, bringing the Green Plum Temple fairy Zhu Qianglin down the mountain. Liu Yunrun, who was carrying a young white fox, loved to join in the fun and also followed them to Luopo Mountain. However, every time the charcoal girl wanted to touch the little guy, the white fox would shrink back and tremble. This made Pei Qian feel very embarrassed and wronged. What was this little thing afraid of? It was so timid. Wasn't there a saying in the books that many armpits make a fur coat? She just wanted to skin it and make clothes that would definitely be worth a lot of money. It was not like she would really kill it. When Zhu Lian was entertaining the guests, he reminded Pei Qian that he could go to school to study. Pei Qian was self-righteous and ignored him, saying that he still wanted to bring Zhu Qianglin and the rest to Sister Shosho's Dragon Spring Sword sect to play. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Then I'll give you 5 days to play around. You should have finished touring the hills of my house and Miss Ruan's." Pei Qian started to bargain with Zhu Lian. In the end, Zhu Lian reluctantly added 2 more days. Pei Qian was overjoyed, feeling that he had made a profit. Actually, Chen Pinggan and Zhu Lian had said that Pei Qian would definitely dawdle. Then they would let her delay for another 10 days to half a month. After that, they would bring her to school even if she had to be tied up. Therefore, when the little fox met the old fox, she was still lacking in skill. 2 days ago, Pei Qian walked with the wind, laughing non-stop. Whatever she saw was beautiful. She held a walking stick and led the way for Zhu Qianglin and Liu Yunrun. She was familiar with the mountains in the west. Earlier, when she chased the dog, all the sweat and sweat was not for nothing. On the side of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, not to mention the Green Plum Temple fairy who was born with an exquisite mind, even the fearless Liu Yunrun was very reserved. Especially when they saw the girl in green, the only daughter of the legendary Saint Wan Jiao, one was more honest than the other. Pei Qian almost held her stomach and laughed. She could only keep a straight face. Ruan Xiu only glanced at the 2 unfamiliar girls and smiled at Pei Qian. Pei Qian jogged all the way over. Ruan Xiu naturally bent down. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and whispered in Sister Shosho's ear, "Master doesn't like them very much and doesn't want them to go to Luopa Mountain as guests. However, Master has a good impression of a young cultivator called Song Yuan, so he let me, the first disciple of the sect, lead them to Sister Shosho's place for a stroll." Ruan Xiu smiled. Zhu Qianglin and Liu Yunrun were flattered that he actually stopped forging and personally led the way. Zhu Qianglin and Liu Yunrun were especially flattered, especially Zhu Qianglin. She felt that just this blessing that seemed to have fallen from the sky was enough for her to win countless benefits, both real and fake, when she returned to the Green Plum Temple at Nantang Lake. However, when he thought about how this kind woman who always had a smile on her face was the only daughter of the great Li dynasty's chief consecrated saint, he felt that he had to be more reserved when he returned to the Green Plum Temple and not turn a blessing into a disaster. Liu Yunrun was even more naive. She had an Earth Immortal patriarch as her grandfather and knew more about the inside story of Dragon Pearl Paradise. Therefore, she sincerely admired this fairy one who had a high status, many stories, and a particularly good temper. Even Dong Ji-yu, who was now an Earth Immortal known by everyone in the Dali dynasty, could do nothing about it. The only one who dared to talk about senior sister Wan was their master, but it was useless. During this period of time, Pei Qian played crazily for 3 days, living the life of an immortal. On the 4th day, little Charcoal began to worry. On the 5th day, he was already sickly. On the 6th day, he felt as if the world was falling apart. On the last day, on the way back from Edai Peak, he began to droop his head and drag his walking stick. It was rare for Zheng Dafeng to take the initiative to greet her. Pei Qian only responded with a grunt and climbed the mountain silently. The next day, Pei Qian took the initiative to look for old Chef Zhu early in the morning. She said that she could go down the mountain by herself and wouldn't get lost. Zhu Lian agreed. In order to show her sincerity, Pei Qian dashed down the mountain. However, when she was slightly away from the boundary of Luorpa Mountain, she began to swagger and leisurely. She went to the stream to see if there were any fish, climbed up a tree to admire the scenery. When she reached the small town, she wasn't in a hurry to go to Riding Dragon Alley. Instead, she went to the bank of Dragon Whisker River to pick up stones and play with water. When she was tired, she sat on the big green rock cliff and ate melon seeds. Only when the curtain of night fell did she happily go to Riding Dragon Alley. In the end, when she saw Zhu Lian sitting on a small stool at the entrance, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be limping. She leaned on the walking stick and said with a bitter face, "Old Chef Zhu, when I was going down the mountain, I ran too fast halfway and fell flat on my face. I only just arrived." Zhu Lian said, "It's okay, it's okay. Recuperating is more important. I'll write a letter to your master later and say that you hurt your leg and foot. Don't go to school for the time being." Pei Qian frowned and sat on the doorstep. Inside the shop, Sharu was sitting behind the counter. She was very annoying. Pei Qian said gloomily, "I'll go to school tomorrow. Not to mention the wind and rain, even if it's a knife falling from the sky, it won't be able to stop me." Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "Then, do you want me to send you to school or do you want your sister Sharu to send you?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and squeezed out a smile, "Let sister Sharu do it." "Old Chef Zhu, you have a lot of things to do on the mountain." Unexpectedly, Sharu had already said softly, "I won't go. Let him send you to school." Pei Qian rolled her eyes. "This unloyal guy, don't even think about eating my melon seeds in the future." Sharu sighed softly. It wasn't that she was too lazy to take this route, but that she was a little afraid. Sharu was indeed not very willing to go to the school of the Chen family in the Dragontail Commandery. Even when she walked into the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom with fear and trepidation, Sharu was actually very repulsed by this kind of place where sages and scholars gave lectures. It was not only the reverence of a ghost, but also a kind of inferiority. But in fact, in this matter, Chen Pingan had the best impression of Sharu. Sharu couldn't help but feel proud of wearing an immortal's shed skin. So when she was in the academy, she felt that the children like Li Baoping and Li Huai, as well as the young boys and girls like Yu Luxi, didn't know what was important. Looking at those children, Sharu's gaze was condescending. Of course, after that, Sharu suffered a lot at Kui Dongshan's place. But putting aside the matter of vision, Sharu's state of mind and her reverence for the place of books were very precious. Senta Yuanji was the same. She also had her own merits that she didn't realize. After ascending the mountain, she knew that the old immortal Zhu in her heart was just an old servant of the young hill master Chen Pingan. At most, he was a steward in a noble mansion. But from beginning to end, Senta Yuanji's gratitude towards Zhu Lian did not decrease at all. Instead, she would always stand up for the old man. Chen Pingan hoped that Pei Qian would discover the value of kindness that was easy to overlook. He wanted Pei Qian to discover the good in others. Chen Ping'an didn't force Pei Qian to do this, but he had to know. Chen Ping'an almost never left half a grain of rice when eating. But whether it was Pei Qian, Zheng Dafeng, or Zhu Lian, they were not particular about this. If there was too much rice, there would be too many dishes on the table, and they couldn't eat any more, then there would be leftovers. Chen Ping'an wouldn't deliberately say anything. In fact, deep in his heart, he didn't think that they had to change. This was a small matter. This wasn't a small matter. This was also something that Chen Ping'an himself didn't think was valuable. Back then, Ji Yukan and Liu Xianyang might have felt comfortable interacting with Chen Ping'an, even if they knew that Chen Ping'an was an extremely rigid and stubborn person. But in the eyes of Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng, these seniors, they saw it clearly. They just didn't say it. It was just like how Chen Ping'an made important decisions. Even if in the eyes of others, it was clear that he was the one giving and showing kindness, he still had to ask Sui Yuyu, Shiru, and Pei Qian first. This kind of calmness wasn't something that was taught in books. It wasn't even something that Chen Ping'an had deliberately learned. It was something that came out of his family's traditions, as well as the bitter days when he was like a medicine jar. It was something that had been slowly worked out. In the end, it was still Zhu Lian who accompanied Pei Qian to school. Early in the morning, Pei Qian crossed his arms over his chest and stared blankly at the table full of his most beloved belongings. Other than the small bamboo box that he was carrying on his back, he couldn't bring the mountain walking stick, the yellow paper talisman, the bamboo knife, and the bamboo sword on the table. He really went to a hammered school, studied a hammered book, and met a hammered teacher. Pei Qian sighed heavily. She stood up and opened the door. She raised her head. It wasn't until this moment that she felt somewhat enlightened. She finally understood the essence of the sage saying, "Even if there are millions of people, I will go forward." But she secretly hid a bag of melon seeds. Of course, she didn't dare to do so when the teachers were teaching. Once the school ran to Luopo Mountain to complain, Pei Qian knew that she was in the wrong. In the end, her teacher wouldn't help her. But when she was free, she couldn't be treated unfairly, right? She couldn't find a place where no one was around to eat melon seeds. Pei Qian didn't say anything along the way. As she walked through the streets, she saw a big white goose. Pei Qian didn't do anything, but the white goose began to run away. Pei Qian's mood finally improved. She was about to leave Jianghu, but there were still some difficult existences who knew her strength. Zhu Lian sent Pei Qian to the school gate and said, "Quarrel more, fight less." Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you quarreling? I'll just be a little mute." Zhu Lian waved his hand. Pei Qian was a little uncomfortable. Her legs didn't listen to her. How about she continue to study tomorrow? It was just one day later. It didn't matter. She secretly turned her head and saw Zhu Lian still standing there. Pei Qian was a little annoyed. This old chef was really bored. He should go back to Luopo Mountain to cook. There was a young teacher at the school. He had been waiting there for a long time with a smile on his face. The young hill master of Luopo Mountain had already greeted the school. Because of this, the two old teachers from the Chen family of Dragon Tail Stream thought about it and felt that it was not a small matter. They sent a letter back to their family. It was the eldest young master Chen Songfeng who personally replied. He asked the school to treat them with courtesy. They didn't have to treat them as if they were facing a great enemy, and they didn't have to deliberately curry favor with them. There were rules, but some things could be handled with discretion. Pei Qian was actually not afraid of strangers. Otherwise, how could she, a little kid in the early years, deceive several experienced arresters in Hua Town on the border of the Great Spring Dynasty? They didn't dare to say a word and respectfully sent her back to the inn. Pei Qian just didn't like studying. The young teacher introduced Pei Qian. He only said that his name was Pei Qian and that he came from Dragon Riding Alley. When they heard the funny name Pei Qian, which was a homonym for money, many people in the classroom laughed. The young teacher frowned, and an old teacher who was in charge of teaching and dispelling doubts immediately scolded him. The whole classroom was silent. Pei Qian didn't care. She quickly glanced at them from the corner of her eyes and remembered their faces clearly. She thought, "Don't fall into my hands." Pei Qian walked to an empty seat, took the bamboo box and put it next to the desk. She began to pretend to listen to the class. Pei Qian endured 2 classes and was sleepy. It was really difficult for her to endure. After class, she took an opportunity to tiptoe to the side door instead of the main entrance of the school. She saw Zhu Lian sitting on the side of the road and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and deliberately looked left and right. She asked, "Old Chef Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Lian was eating melon seeds and smiled. "Waiting for rabbits." Pei Qian laughed and said, "It's not a deep mountain or an old forest. There's no little brother here." Pei Qian turned and left. This old Chef Zhu was haunting her. She couldn't help it. It seemed that she shouldn't skip class today. In the next few days, whenever Pei Qian wanted to escape, she would see Zhu Lian. In the end, she could only resign herself to fate. At the school, although Pei Qian wasn't young anymore, he looked like a child in his teens. Therefore, her current classmates were also much younger than her in terms of actual age. Pei Qian began to get used to the life of studying in the school. When the teacher taught, she listened attentively. After class, she crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't pay attention to anyone. Everyone was silly. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment in deceiving them. Today, Pei Qian began to daydream in class again. She suddenly turned her head and looked. A moment later, a young man wearing a scholar's robe came. He was accompanied by several old teachers who were in charge of things. They didn't stop, but Pei Qian found that this guy glanced at her. That evening, Pei Qian refused the invitation of 2 little girls. Alone, she carried the small bamboo box and ran back to Dragon Riding Alley. She found that Zhu Lian had run from Luopo Mountain to the backyard of the shop. Not only that, the young man she saw at the school was also there. He was sitting there talking and laughing with old Chef Zhu. Pei Qian carried the small bamboo box and bowed, "Hello, teacher." She couldn't help it. Her master was very polite in Jianghu. As the first disciple, she couldn't let others mistakenly think that her master didn't know how to teach disciples. The young scholar smiled and said, "You must be Pei Qian. Are you used to studying at the school?" Pei Qian pecked at the rice. Her eyes were sincere. She said loudly, "Very good. You are very knowledgeable. You should go to the school to be a gentleman. Classmates study hard. In the future, you will all be scholars." Sharu held back her laughter at the counter. Zhu Lian didn't expose this fence-sitter's special skill. The young scholar seemed to be a little uncomfortable. This flattery was a bit too much. It made it difficult for the grandson of Dragon Tail Stream Chen to respond. But the child should be sincere, right? He couldn't ignore the little girl's good intentions. Chen Songfeng, who came from afar, could only smile and nod at her. Pei Qian bowed again, and then ran into her room. She gently closed the door and began to copy books. Pei Qian was the most serious about this matter outside of the school. After copying the books, Pei Qian found that the guest had left. Zhu Lian was still sitting in the yard, holding a lot of things in his arms. Pei Qian held the mountain staff and practiced the crazy demon swordsmanship. After standing still, she asked, "What's the matter?" Zhu Lian said, "Something good." Pei Qian blinked. "What? You're here to give me money?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Ayo, your mouth must have been blessed. You really hit the nail on the head." Pei Qian asked, "Can I get a share?" "It's not for you." Zhu Lian held the 3 boxes in his arms. He raised one of his sleeves and shook it. He shook his head and said, "It's your master's friend, Liu Xianyang, who is studying in the Hassa continent. He asked someone to send a letter and 3 things to our Luopo mountain. The letter said that one of the things he sent was a book for young master. There was a touch of flipping book style hidden in the book. Then he sent a magic treasure bamboo fan made of divine cloud bamboo to Jiyu Kan from the Mud Bottle Alley. He said that Jiyu Kan was timid since she was a child, so the fan could defeat all the ghosts and monsters in the world. As for the last thing, when Liu Xianyang heard that you have your own mountain, he gave you a very high-quality cuttlefish to keep and raise." Pei Qian was all smiles as he gave Liu Xianyang a thumbs up. This Liu Xianyang is really smart. He deserves to be my master's best friend. He is generous and generous. Zhu Lian smiled and said, besides being a friend, he is also a smart person. It seems that this trip to study is not in vain. This is good. Otherwise, after many years, the situation will be different. When we meet again, we don't know what to talk about. Pei Qian asked, can I have a look at the flipping book style and the cuttlefish? Zhu Lian got up and said, you can't touch the flipping book style. You can talk about it when you return to Luo Po Mountain. As for the cuttlefish, I will raise it first. When you return to Luo Po Mountain next time, you can look at it. Pei Qian suddenly asked, did our family pay for it, or did Liu Xianyang pay for it? Zhu Lian smiled and said, the letter directly said that you should pay for it. He said that now that you are the lord of the land, don't worry about this little money. If you really want to, just bear with it. Pei Qian said angrily, it's easy for you to say. Hurry up and return the cuttlefish. Sister Sharu and I are guarding 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley. We only earn a dozen taels of silver a month. Zhu Lian squinted and said, if you have the ability, why don't you talk to your master yourself? Pei Qian immediately squeezed out a smile. Flying sword messages cost money. What's there to talk about? This Liu Xianyang, my master may not be able to talk to him. I will talk to him later. Zhu Lian sneered and said, you? When the time comes, the entire Luo Po Mountain will be able to smell your ass, right? Pei Qian sat on the steps and did not make a sound. Zhu Lian did not care about her. Children were all like this. Happy for a day, sad for a day. After that, groups of people came from Luo Po Mountain. Even Zhu Lian was a little surprised. One was Lu Baixiong. Not only did he come, this guy also brought 2 burdens behind him. At that time, Zhu Lian was accompanying Zheng Dafeng to bask in the sun at the mountain gate. Lu Baixiong was right. Zheng Dafeng was not unfamiliar with it. He moved a stool and sat at the side. This made the pair of brother and sister who revered their master a little confused. An old man and a hunchbacked man did not show the slightest respect or fear when they saw their master. The young man was fine, but the young girl with a wooden spear on her back had a cold look in her eyes. She, who was already showing off her ability, had an even more unapproachable feeling. Lu Baixiong did not care about this. As for the 2 beside him, he naturally did not care about them. After chatting for a while, it turned out that Lu Baixiong had stopped at the south-central area of the Aquarius continent. He first gathered a group of bandits who had nowhere else to go. They were the elite cavalry of a vassal state in the south of the Zhu Ying dynasty. After that, Lu Baixiong brought them to occupy a mountain. It was the hidden nest of a Jianghu demon sect. It was isolated from the rest of the world. During this period of time, Lu Baixiong accepted the pair of siblings as his disciples. The young girl with a wooden spear on her back was called Yuan Bao. The younger brother was called Yuan Lai. He had a warm temperament and was a scholar. His talent in martial arts was good, but compared to his sister, his temperament was lacking. Lu Baixiong treated it as a free opportunity. He brought them to Luo Po Mountain to gain experience. Whether they would return to the Jianghu or stay on the mountain, it was up to the 2 disciples. When Lu Baixiong heard that Chen Pinggan had just left Luo Po Mountain and was heading towards the North Continent, he felt a little regretful. Don't drink too much wine, that will make you happy. Lu Baixiong planned to stay on Luo Po Mountain for a month. There was no lack of houses on the mountain. Using Zhu Lian's words, it was because he had a large family and business. Zhu Lian told Lu Baixiong to go up the mountain to find a house. He still had to accompany brother Da Feng to chat. Lu Baixiong laughed and bid farewell. Zheng Da Feng told Lu Baixiong to come over to drink whenever he was free. Lu Baixiong agreed. The young girl, Yuan Bao, snorted. The young boy, Yuan Lai, was slightly shy. When they were climbing the mountain, Lu Baixiong was extremely emotional. This time, he had come to Li Zhu blessed land. Everything he had seen and heard, naturally was not something that the 2 children could compare to. The young girl's face was black, her body emitting a sharp qi. The young boy had always been afraid of this decisive sister. He did not dare to walk side by side. His master walked in front, his sister followed, and he was at the bottom. Lu Baixiong did not turn his head. He smiled and said, "That stooped old man is called Zhu Lian. He is now a far-travel realm martial artist." The young girl felt that she must have misheard. Lu Baixiong continued, "As for that hunchbacked man who looked at you lecherously, he is called Zheng Da Feng. When I first met him in a medicine shop in Old Dragon City, he was a peak realm martial artist. He was only one step away, or even half a step, from becoming a 10th realm martial artist." Yuan Bao pursed her lips tightly. Lu Baixiong had a narrow saber at his waist. Dressed in white, he continued to climb the mountain. He said slowly, "I am not telling you this because I want you to be afraid of them. Master will not feel guilty when interacting with them. Master still has some confidence in reaching the peak of martial arts. So I just want you to understand one thing. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a sky beyond a sky. If you want to be strong in the future, you have to have enough ability. Otherwise, you will be a joke. It is fine if you lose face, but if you lose face for master, once or twice is fine. After the third time, I will teach you how to be a disciple." Yuan Bao raised her eyebrows. "Master, don't worry. There will be a day when master will think that taking Yuan Bao as a disciple was the right decision." Yuan Lai secretly laughed. This sister who liked to compete the most since childhood, alas. Lu Baixiong suddenly stopped and turned his head, looking down at the young girl. "Everything else is easy, but there is one thing you must remember. In the future, when you see a person called Chen Pinggan, remember to be polite." A fine layer of sweat seeped out of Yuan Bao's forehead. She nodded. "I will remember." After Lu Baixiong and his disciples settled down, because the master of Luopo Mountain was not present, the matter of Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai being recorded in their ancestral hall could only be temporarily put aside. In this matter, Lu Baixiong and Zhu Lian were the same. They had accepted people and brought them to Luopo Mountain, so they had to be recorded under Luopo Mountain. There was no need to discuss. After that, 3 people visited Luopo Mountain. It was the blind old Taoist, the crippled young man carrying the banner, and the round-faced girl whose nickname was Xiao Ju. However, the 3 of them first went to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Pei Qian led the way and they returned to Luopo Mountain together. The blind old Taoist was still a little uneasy in his heart. When he heard that Chen Pinggan was not on the mountain, he felt that the matter of relying on him was not very reliable. However, after discussing with Steward Zhu of Luopo Mountain, he felt a lot more at ease. After chatting, the blind old Taoist was surprised to find that he seemed to have gained some face. He was not yet a consecrator of Luopo Mountain, but he received a salary as an immortal cultivator as a guest and settled down at the grass shop in Dragon Riding Alley. As for the old Taoist's disciples, they could only obtain the status of guest after they reached the middle 5 realms. However, before that, Luopo Mountain would give them a lot of financial subsidies. They could each get a sum of immortal money in advance. These were all negotiable. Since it was the exchange of favors, it was also business. Both sides were equal. The key was that even an old blind man like him could see a bright future under his feet. This made the blind old Taoist feel as if he had drunk a large bowl of ice wine in the middle of summer. His whole body felt comfortable. When they went down Luopo Mountain, they felt like they were floating. After all, Steward Zhu of Luopo Mountain did not listen to any persuasion. He insisted on personally sending them all the way to the mountain gate. Pei Qian still accompanied the 3 of them to leave Luopo Mountain. He did not feel tired from this trip. Moreover, he could reunite with Whitey after a long separation. It was quite good to play around. At this moment, Pei Qian turned his head and saw that the old chef was slowly climbing up the mountain with his hands behind his back. Pei Qian scratched his head. Standing on top of the tall building in the old chef's heart lake, there seemed to be an additional young man with a blurred face. There was a phrase in the book, how did it go? Anyway, that was the general meaning. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, capital city of Nanyuan Kingdom. It was drizzling in that alley. A slender young man in a green robe was walking slowly with an old oil paper umbrella in his hand. Today, he was going to borrow books from Zhongqiu, who was both his teacher and the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. He wanted to read some books that could not be found anywhere else in the world. Regarding the imperial examination, Zhong Qiu had already admitted that whether he could get first or third place in the court examination depended on fate. After all, he was too young. The imperial court and His Majesty had some concerns. However, it was definitely not difficult to get second place. As a result, he no longer focused on the matter of the imperial examinations. He began to flip through many dusty ancient books and miscellaneous books. After Zhong Qiu had a heart-to-heart talk with him, he allowed him to read his private collection. At the corner of the alley, a familiar person that he had not seen for many years walked out. He was extremely handsome. With a smile on his face, he looked at the young man holding the umbrella. With one hand behind his back, he held a folding fan and gently patted his abdomen. Lu Qiu. The world's most famous young master Lu. The young man smiled brightly and walked over quickly. For so many years, Zhong Qiu would occasionally mention this foreigner who had not shown up after leaving the capital. He was always worried. He was neither friend nor foe. It was a very complicated relationship. However, to the young man, this Mr. Lu was a very important person. He was close to and respected him. Lu Qiu looked at the young man in green robe and said, "A cup of wine in the spring breeze of peach blossoms and plum blossoms, a cup of wine in the spring breeze of the Jianghu night rain for 10 years. This sentence is really appropriate. Little Qinglang, we haven't seen each other for 10 years, right?" Cao Qinglang put away the umbrella and bowed. Then, he held the umbrella for Lu Qiu and smiled. "I often hear about Mr. Lu's deeds in the Jianghu. In the past 10 years, the Jianghu and the battlefield were really turbulent and bloody. Mr. Lu had already unified the demonic sect. His disciples were now either powerful figures of the demonic sect, the pillars of the army beyond the Great Wall, or the legendary imperial tutor who could call the wind and summon the rain. Then, Mr. Lu had officially challenged the world's most powerful person not long ago. He was going to challenge the immortal Yu Zhani, who was recognized as a transcendent being who was not inferior to the devil Ding Ying. 10 years was not short, but it was not long either. In fact, there were many grudges in the world because of Mr. Lu. However, Cao Qinglang only focused on reading and cultivating quietly. He guarded this alley and that ancestral house. Lu Qiu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to hold the umbrella for him. Cao Qinglang took a step away and held the umbrella alone. He did not insist. There was no need to be polite with Mr. Lu. The two walked together on the deserted street. Lu Qiu asked with a smile, "Do you have any plans?" Cao Qinglang raised the umbrella slightly, moved back, and looked up. "I want to go out and have a look. I want to meet Mr. Chen." Lu Qiu laughed. "That's not easy. You can't just rely on reading. Even if you learned the imperial tutor's fist and the bits and pieces of immortal chants he found for you, it's still not enough." Cao Qinglang smiled. "There's a Beko Keikyang building in the book. It's 48,000 feet high, and the immortal is leaning against the railing." Lu Li raised his head and looked over. This silly look is very much like him. Cao Qinglang finally showed some naivety that matched his age. He said excitedly, "Do we really look like him?" Lu Qiu joked. "You look like him. Do you have to be so proud? Do you know that if you were in my hometown and his, you would have a very, very good aptitude for cultivation? He, on the other hand, only has the aptitude of an earth immortal. Well, to put it simply, according to common sense, the highest achievement he could achieve in his life would only be slightly better than the *T immortal Yu Zhani. You were young back then, and the lotus blossom blessed land back then was not as suitable for cultivation as it is now, so he left in a hurry. That was why it was so glorious. If it were now, it would be much more difficult." Cao Qinglang shook his head and pointed at the highest point in the sky. The young man in green was in high spirits. "In my heart, Mr. Chen is higher and higher than the sky." Lu Qiu laughed. "Well, Chen Pinggan, you're really something. After a trip to the temple, there's still a little idiot who admires you so much." Lu Qiu said seriously, "Do you know that the ascension in your hometown is still very risky?" Cao Qinglang nodded. "So in the future, If I fail like my predecessors, I'll have to trouble Mr. Lu to help me pass on a message. Just say, Cao Qinglang has been living well for so many years, but I miss you. Lu Qian sighed. With a crisp sound, he closed his fan and smashed it on Cao Qinglang's head. Go talk to him yourself if you dare. Cao Qinglang held the umbrella in one hand and touched his head with the other. He said helplessly, I'm not as good as you. The ferry at Skeleton Beach had already stopped at Eternal Spring Palace. The other party still did not appear. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry. He continued to practice. When the ferry was about to leave the territory of Aquarius Continent, Chen Pinggan kept his stance and went to open the door. At the corridor, there was a beautiful woman in palace attire, a young emperor who was not wearing a dragon robe, and a person that Chen Pinggan was more familiar with. It was the Mohist wanderer, Shu Ruo, who held his sword behind him. Chen Pinggan opened the door. He did not stand at the door to welcome them. He pretended that he did not know them. Walking back into the house, Chen Pinggan stood at the table. He did not take the lead to sit down. After the three of them entered the house, the woman went straight to the opposite side of the table. She smiled and extended her hand. Young Master Chen, please sit. Chen Pinggan smiled. The young man was full of smiles, but did not speak. He turned slightly and looked straight at the people of the same age who came from Clay Bottle Alley to Luo Po Mountain. Shu Ruo smiled softly. Chen Pinggan, long time no see. Chen Pinggan then cupped his fist and said, Mr. Shu, long time no see. In the small house, the atmosphere was strange. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. What are we doing? Sit down. After all, we're family. Let's not be so polite. But when the four of them sat down, the atmosphere became heavy again. Shu Ruo had already closed her eyes to rest. The new emperor of Dali, Song He, who now owned half of Aquarius Continent, looked around. This was the first time he boarded a cross-continent ferry. At first, it was a novelty, but after looking at it for a while, it was normal. The graceful woman, who had changed from consort of Great Li to Empress Dowager of Great Li, smiled at the green-robed man sitting opposite her. Her first sentence was to curry favor with him. Thank you for taking care of my mu'er in Mud Bottle Alley all those years, Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, it's nothing. From her expression to her choice of words, it was watertight. It was not disrespectful, but it was definitely not respectful. However, Chen Ping cursed in his heart, good your mother. Shu Ruo's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly wiped it away. It disappeared in a flash and no one noticed. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 484. The woman who was the Empress Dowager of Dali seemed to have finally remembered her son Songhe, the new emperor of Dali. She smiled and said, Mr. Chen, this is my son Songhe. This should be the first time you've met. I hope you can interact more in the future. Mr. Chen, you're the pride of Dali, and Dali was founded on martial arts. Both my uncle and Song He will and should treat Mr. Chen with respect. The young emperor leaned forward and smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. He didn't put on any airs of the emperor. This trip was a private visit to make friends with the so-called masters in the mountains. He could put aside the etiquette of the world. Song He was able to win a good reputation among the civil and military officials of Dali in his early years. Other than Empress Dali's good teaching, he also did a good job. Chen Pinggan nodded. If I have the chance, I'll definitely go to the capital to take a look. The woman smiled. The imperial court plans to promote Longquan from a county to a province, and Wu Yuan will be promoted to a provincial governor. I wonder if Mr. Chen has a suitable candidate in mind for the position of governor left behind. Chen Pinggan smiled. Shouldn't I choose one of County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Cao? County Magistrate Yuan is diligent and clear in his rewards and punishments. He governs the county well. Supervisor Cao is close to the people. He focuses on the big and lets go of the small. The dragon kill is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. There are no mistakes. Both of you are good officials. The people of Longquan will be happy to see who gets promoted. The new emperor Song. He glanced at Chen Pinggan without showing any expression. Was he really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? Yuan and Cao, the surnames of the two pillars of the country, couldn't even compete in the imperial court. How many generations had they been at each other's throats? If he were to give it to one party, it would be equivalent to giving the other party the cold shoulder. The official position of the governor of a county was actually not that high. However, if he were to embarrass a certain pillar of the country, it would not be a small matter. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Clan Head Yuan and 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 Clan Head. One side was proud, the other side was sullen. Was the imperial court adding fuel to the fire? The woman smiled calmly. Perhaps Mr. Chen, as a cultivator in the mountains and someone who likes to travel the world, you don't have much contact with the two local officials. You're a selfless friend, so I can't say much. But there's one thing that Mr. Chen should have some thoughts. In the future, the three city gods of the province, county and province. The mountain god of Luo Po didn't inform Mr. Chen and chose Song Yuzhang, the old supervisor, to be decided. Song Yuzhang to be decided. So this time, Mr. Chen doesn't have to worry about the three city gods. I, my son Song He, and the imperial court all believe in Mr. Chen's character and vision. Just treat it as asking Mr. Chen to help Dali pick out one or two unseen pearls. The woman continued to persuade, Mr. Chen, you're going to travel again this time, but Longquan County is your hometown after all. If you have one or two trustworthy people, they'll take care of Luo Po Mountain and other mountains. Mr. Chen, you'll feel more at ease when you're outside. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said regretfully, I'm not familiar with the gods of the mountains and rivers around Lizhu Cave and the local officials, as well as the other martyrs who died to become gods. Every time I come, I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd really have to be selfish and ask the imperial court for a city god who's close to me to oversee Longquan County. I, Chen Pinggan, grew up in the city and haven't read a single book. I'm also not familiar with the rules of the officialdom. It's just that after wandering in Jianghu for a long time, I still know the vulgar principle of a local official is better than a local official. Song He smiled in his heart. What he said was true. You, Chen Pinggan, really only know one Beiyu god, Wei Pai. They're so close that they're wearing the same pants. The woman's face was also full of regret. The Ministry of Rites is arguing fiercely about the candidates for the three city gods. They're about to be finalized. In fact, the Ministry of Works is already discussing the location of the three city god pavilions and temples. It's really a pity that Master Chen missed this opportunity. After all, once these ancient gods take root in the mountains and rivers, they're not like those Yamen officials who change their seats frequently. They won't change their seats for at least a few decades, or at most a few hundred years. Chen Pinggan sighed and said, I appreciate the imperial court's good intentions. The road of Jianghu is long and the mountains are high and the rivers are long. I hope there'll be similar opportunities in the future. The woman stood up slowly. It was a simple movement, but it was full of grace and grace. Then we won't disturb Master Chen's journey and cultivation. Chen Pinggan followed and stood up. I'm not a sword cultivator now, and I'm also not a martial artist who travels far. I can't send you off on the ferry, please forgive me. The woman nodded, indicating that it's okay. She turned and smiled at Shu Ruo. Anyway, the ferry hasn't left the territory of the Aquarius continent yet. I think our journey back will be very safe. Since Master Shu and Master Chen are familiar with each other, why don't you stay and catch up? Shu Ruo shook her head and smiled. No need. Concise and to the point, she didn't even give a reason. But the woman and the new emperor Song, he didn't seem to feel offended. It was as if it was natural for Master Shu to express his attitude. In the end, Chen Pinggan sent the three of them to the railing. Near the linen sect's ferry at the Skeleton Beach, there was a huge ferry that was as tall as 6 stories. In comparison, the linen sect's ferry that was already huge seemed a little slender. Between the two ferries, there was a painted corridor bridge that was covered in green mist. It was more than 20 feet wide and filled with fairy aura. One could faintly see fairies dancing gracefully on the pillars, just like the corridors of the ancient heaven. The three of them walked on it as if they were walking on flat ground. Every time their soles touched the bluestone road, there would be circles of colorful halos spreading out and rippling. Chen Pinggan didn't move. He looked up and saw that the ferry corridor bridge was kept by an old laurel cultivator on the opposite ferry. He flipped his wrist and held it vertically in his palm. It was as small as a seal, and then he slowly hid it in his sleeve. The two of them disappeared from the ferry's staircase. Shu Ruo turned and stood on the railing. Chen Pinggan clasped his fist and bid farewell. The other party smiled and nodded in return. Chen Pinggan returned to the house. He stopped practicing and began to close his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the house at the mountain gate of the verdant gorge island and became an accountant. He began to silently calculate the accounts. Some things seemed very small but were not easy to investigate. Once investigated, the enemy would be alerted and a slight move would affect the whole situation. But some big things, even if it involved the top inside story of the Song clan, Chen Pinggan could ask Kui Dongshan without any scruples. But after careful calculation, it was nothing more than the word wait. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and gently tapped the blade-strengthening gourd with his finger. This mother and son pair actually didn't need to make this trip. They even took the initiative to show their goodwill. Perhaps they were pursuing the greatest interests. After the situation changed, the grudge of the past was not worth mentioning in the eyes of this woman. For example, killing Chen Pinggan would cost 10 taels of silver. If she roped him in, she could earn 5 taels of silver. This was actually a transaction of 15 taels of silver. Of course, it could also be a smokescreen. This woman was a person who was used to using all her strength. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan, who killed a second-realm martial artist, would not have mobilized that group of assassins. It was also possible that she was testing him. She first determined Chen Pinggan's strength and, of course, his attitude toward the assassination on the spot. Then, the Dali Imperial Court would make a decision. Chen Pinggan's thoughts gradually drifted away. He thought a lot. He couldn't help but think of a scene that he was very envious of when he was young. From afar, he watched his peers gather around the immortal tomb and play. They liked to play the roles of good people and bad people. Of course, there were also those who played house and played the roles of husband and wife. Most of them were rich boys who played the role of the husband, beautiful little girls who played the role of the wife, and the rest of the people who played the role of the housekeeper, servant, or maid. When he grew up and looked back, he was full of innocence. But when he looked again, it was not so beautiful. It seemed that in childhood, the children had already learned the knowledge that they would use for the rest of their lives. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd, drank wine, and walked to the observation deck. The night was dark. The ferry had just passed the top of the old north peak of Dali. He could vaguely see that the mountain was extremely steep, just like the style of Dali. The bright moon was in the sky. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes wide and looked at the mountain and the moon. When the mountain was close to the moon, he felt that the moon was small from afar. He thought that the mountain was bigger than the moon. If someone's eyes were as big as the sky, he would see that the mountain was higher and the moon was wider. Inside a gorgeous house covered in the most exquisite lichen of the colorful clothes nation, a woman poured herself a cup of tea. She suddenly frowned. The chair was a little too high, causing her feet to be off the ground. Fortunately, her greatest ability in this life was to adapt. Her heels were even higher off the ground. She used the tip of her foot to lightly tap the precious lichen that came from the hands of a female cultivator from the colorful clothes nation. She smiled and asked, "How is it?" Song he thought for a moment and said, "It's a stubborn one." The woman took a sip of the tea and thought about it for a while. It seemed to be inferior to the spring tea in the Changchun Palace. That place was not good at anything. It was even more deserted than a cold palace. There were women there who did not even know how to talk. It was boring and boring. Only the good tea made those years of cultivating in the mountains not too torturous. She deliberately took a sip of the tea and chewed a leaf in her mouth. In her opinion, the taste of the world could only be tasted with bitterness. After swallowing the chewed leaf, she slowly said, without some ability and temperament, how could a lowly person who grew up smelling chicken shit and dog shit in the mud bottle alley live until today? How old is he? A young man who is only 21 years old. How much family business has he made? Song He did not care much about the master of the Luopa mountain. But his mother insisted on dragging him, so he had to follow. As an emperor, Song He knew clearly what kind of blessings he would enjoy and how much trouble he would have to go through. Just after he became an emperor, how many red tape did he have to go through in a year? Fortunately, Song He was so skilled that he did not seem like a new emperor. It was no wonder that some old bastards in the imperial court who did not think highly of him would open their eyes wide to find fault with him. Their presbyopia eyes would probably be sore, but they could not find fault with him. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. Song He smiled and said, if I had those opportunities, I would not be much worse than Chen Pinggan. The woman asked, do you really think so? Song He smiled and nodded. The woman narrowed her eyes and twirled the beautiful teacup with 2 fingers. Think carefully and then answer me. Song He hurriedly raised his hands and said with a smile, your son is angry. Mother, don't be upset. The woman did not return to her usual doting expression. When the mother and son were alone, she did not treat Song He as Emperor Dali. She said sternly, will Qi Jingchun choose you? Song He, can you bear hardships? Song He shook his head, no. If you are not as good as others in some aspects, then you are not as good as others. There is no one in the world who is better than others in every aspect and has a big advantage. The woman said angrily, since you are born to enjoy happiness, then you should think about how to enjoy it. This is a good thing that many people in the world envy but can't get. Don't forget, this has never been a simple thing. If you think that you dare to slack off in the slightest because you have finally become Emperor Dali, I will say it here today. If one day you make a mistake and lose the dragon throne, Song Mu will take it and sit on it. Mother will still be Dali's Empress Dowager. Who will you be then? Others may not know the truth, or even if they know, they don't dare to mention it. But your husband Kui Dong and your uncle Song Jianqiang, how can they forget? When they want to talk about it, can we stop them? Song He said guiltily, it is your son's fault. I should not have been so complacent. If it was in the past, the woman would have comforted him with a few words. But today was very different. Her son's docility and obedience seemed to make her angrier and angrier. The woman slammed the teacup heavily, tea splashing everywhere. Her face was gloomy and cold. What did I teach you in the beginning? Living in the depths of the palace, it was very difficult to see the outside world. That was why I begged His Majesty and asked the state preceptor to personally teach you. Not only that, whenever Mother had the chance, she would secretly take you out of the palace and walk the streets of the capital. It was so that you could see how a poor family rises, how a rich family falls, how a stupid person lives, and how a smart person dies. Everyone has their own way of living and their own advantages and disadvantages. It was to let you see the complexity and truth of this world. Do you still remember why I hit you for the first time in your life? In the streets, ignorant people laughed and said that the old emperor's family must use a golden shoulder pole and eat several large plates of steamed buns in one meal. When you heard it, you thought it was funny and couldn't close your mouth. Was it funny? Did you know that Xiao Hu, who was traveling with us, looked at you the same way you looked at those common people? Can a dragon chair and a dragon robe be eaten? When you reach the end of the line, can it be compared to a few steamed buns? What did the imperial tutor teach you? In the world, those who achieve great things must have a solid foundation. In the dark place unknown to people, the more compatible it is with the common sense of the world, the more difficult it is to be blown away by wind and rain. Who was the imperial tutor's example? It was the old master of the Guan family who seemed to be sleepy all year round. Who was the counterexample? It was the ancestors of the Yuan and Cao families who seemed to be famous in history. He clearly taught bad people how to live well. How dare you, Song He, not pay attention to it? The woman stood up and was furious. Those lousy books that were kept secret by the kings of the world, the so-called imperial tutor's book, and the so-called southern face art that was hidden and didn't dare to be seen by others, they were fart. Are those great principles not good? Are they wrong? No. They can't be any better, they can't be any better. But do you understand, why is it that in the Aquarius continent, there were so many emperors and kings, but only a few are left? How many of them had become wise rulers who ruled from the bottom of their hearts? It is because those fellows who sit on the dragon chair, with their little vision and temperament, with their little tricks to control people, they can't support the principles in those books. When Xiu, who taught him all those years ago, which one of his words, which one of his great principles didn't start from the most insignificant and trivial matter? The woman's face was ashen. She pointed at the young Dali emperor's face. Today, you are competing with a bastard, you think you are better than him. Tomorrow, are you going to compete with your brother, you think you are better? Competing with the imperial tutor in knowledge, competing with your uncle in martial arts, you think you are not bad? Who gave you the guts to let you, Song He, be so arrogant? The me who lived with my tail between my legs? The late emperor who died young because of the Lu family of the Central Plains? Or the imperial tutor who looked down on your disciple from the bottom of his heart? Song He also stood up. He was silent. There was no resentment or resentment. He humbly listened to the teachings. Even if he was now the man sitting on the dragon chair. The woman sighed and sat back in her chair. She looked at her son who was unwilling to sit down, her eyes filled with resentment. Do you think mother is annoying? Song He then sat down and laughed softly. If not for the fact that I am worried about the criticism of the court, I would want mother to sit behind the curtain and listen to politics. I would have enjoyed it. This way, mother can leave more ink in history. The woman laughed angrily. Nonsense. Song He, Song Mu, harmony, 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 harmony in the family, everything will prosper. The door of the marketplace, the family of the emperor, the threshold was as different as heaven and earth, but the principle was actually the same. However, the woman had to make a difficult choice at that time. She had to give up one son and keep one. She had to send her son, who was still in swaddling clothes, to the Pearl Cave for the sake of the Song family's throne. After he died of illness, the name Song Mu, which should have been Song He, was crossed out on the registry of the imperial clan court. The second son was not only able to stay in the capital, but also received the name Song He and the identity of the eldest son. Later, there was the Song Jisin of the Mud Bottle Alley. Song Yuzhang left the capital and became the supervisor of the kilns. After he succeeded, he returned to the capital to report on his work at the Ministry of Rights. When he returned, his head was personally cut off by the surrendered general of the Lu family, who was by the woman's side, and put it in a box sent to the late emperor. The late emperor spent the night alone in the imperial study, flipping through a file until dawn. Later, he issued an imperial edict, ordering the Ministry of Rights to confer Song Yuzhang as the new mountain god of Luopo Mountain, and the statue in the ancestral temple only had the head gilded. In the end, on the top and bottom of Longquan Mountain, there was also the name Golden Head Mountain God. The imperial clan court, which was responsible for compiling the Jade archives and managing the list of the Song clan's members, had a few old people die more than 20 years ago. 20 years later, another group died last year, and this year, all of them died of old age. However, at that time, it was the late emperor's decree that they had to die. This time, it was this group of old bones who were tired of living and wanted to die. They actually gambled on a prince with no foundation, wanting to overturn the case and fight for the identity of the elder. Song He bid farewell and left. The woman drank tea alone. Her mood was complicated. Whether it was Song Jisin or Song Mu, they were her flesh and blood after all. How could she not have feelings for them? At that time, she held her eldest son in swaddling clothes and stared at her pink and cute son. Her face was full of tears, and she murmured, "Who asked you to be the elder brother? Who asked you to be born in the Song clan? Who asked you to have a pair of heartless parents like us?" At that time, the late emperor was present, but he was not angry at all. For so many years, she did not hesitate to cross the line to peek at the secret file. In the end, after being reprimanded by the late emperor, she completely gave up and treated her son as if he was already dead. In the end, the more guilty she felt, the more she was afraid to face Song Jisin and hear anything about him. She was even more afraid that one day, she would implicate their only son by her side and end up with nothing. Song Yuzhang, who had been the supervisor of the kill for many years, originally had the opportunity to not die. Taking a step back, at least he could have died later and more gloriously. For example, according to the late emperor's earliest arrangements, Song Yuzhang would first transition for a few years in the Ministry of Rites, then transfer to the noble and powerless government office. His rank would definitely not be low. The late emperor would definitely not give him the position of the great 9 ministers, including the 6 ministers, but the minor 9 ministers were destined to be in the bag. For example, the minister of Taichung Temple, or the illegitimate son of the Honglu Temple and the left and right Spring Square. It was equivalent to being imprisoned and enjoying life for 10 or 20 years. After death, he would receive a high-ranking posthumous title. It could be considered the Song clan's generous treatment of a meritorious official. It must be known that Song Yuzhang had been in charge of the construction of the covered bridge from beginning to end. That was the biggest scandal of the Song clan. Once it was leaked, Lakeview Academy would have a hold on it, and it would even affect Dallas' annexation of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, the late emperor could be said to have been sufficiently benevolent and generous to Song Yuzhang. But of all things, he should not have done. In Lizhu Grotto Heaven Town, there were already rumors that Song Jisin was the illegitimate son of the supervisor. Everyone knew about it, but Song Yuzhang did not know how to restrain himself, did not know how to hide his emotions, and actually dared to show signs of father-son affection to Song Jisin. What Song Yuzhang deserved to die the most was that in the depths of his heart, Song Jisin seemed to resent this supervisor. He really hoped that Song Yuzhang was really his biological father. In the secret records, every bit of it was recorded clearly. Then, after Song Yuzhang returned to Longquan County as an official of the Ministry of Rites, he still did not repent. What else could he do if he did not die? Therefore, even if Song Yuzhang died, the late emperor still did not plan to let this loyal official off. He allowed her to cut off his head and bring it back to the capital, and then confer him the title of mountain deity of Luopo Mountain. A golden-head mountain deity, he became the laughingstock of the entire New North Peak. Even if the late emperor had already left, the woman was still afraid of this talented man who died early in his middle age. She loved him very much, and was full of worship and admiration for him. But he died just at the right time, and she was actually very happy. For some women, love was like a seasoning for cooking. It was best to have it, but it did not matter if they did not have it. There would always be something else to make up for it. The old immortal master in white who had previously kept the immortal corridor bridge in his sleeve, stroked his beard and smiled. It seems that our Empress Dowager has started to teach her son again. Shu Ruo smiled but did not say anything. The Dali ferry turned back to the south, and the Skeleton Beach ferry continued to the north. The old man turned his head and glanced at the north, and softly said, "Why did you choose Dong Shuijing and not this person?" Shu Ruo smiled and said, "The merciful do not command soldiers, and the righteous do not command wealth." The old man sneered, and did not hide his disapproval. Shu Ruo's hands held the sword hilt and sword head horizontally behind her, and she looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance leisurely. Below the ferry, in the north of the Aquarius continent, the source of the river was like a broom, scattered widely. The old man was the person in charge of the Aquarius continent after the main branch of the Mohist clan bet on Dali. He had a good relationship with Shu Ruo and their old carpenter, but the latter lost the fight for the Mohist clan's position and moved away from the central divine continent. In the end, he chose the Song clan. At that time, their branch of the Mohist clan was together with the Yin-Yang sect's branch of the Lu clan. Both sides hit it off and began to build the replica of the Beko Keikyung building, which was enough to kill the immortal cultivators. Not only that, the great cultivator of the Yin-Yang sect had an even more hidden and insidious method. He deceived the late Emperor of Dali to violate the etiquette of the Confucian school and cultivate to the middle 5 realms without permission. Once the emperor broke through the realm, he would retain his spiritual wisdom, but he could secretly become a puppet. Moreover, his realm would disappear, and he would return to the body of a mortal teacher. At that time, whether it was the Cliff Academy in the capital of Dali or the Lakeview Academy in the central part of the Aquarius continent, even if they noticed the clues, they would not be able to find any traces. Such a big deal of the immortals, only the Lu clan of the Yin-Yang sect with a deep foundation could think of and do it. Regarding this matter, even the old carpenter with the surname Luan was deceived. Even though they lived together day and night, he still did not notice anything. One had to admit that the cultivator of the Lu clan's branch was meticulous, and of course, the late emperor of Dali was shrewd. The imperial tutor, Kui Dong, and Qi Jingchuan's Cliff Academy chose the Song clan after these 2 branches. As for Kui Dong and Qi Jingchun, the 2 disciples of the sage of literature, besides assisting and studying, these 2 brothers who had long turned into enemies but were now neighbors, it was hard to say what they really wanted. Finally, Alliance came. He completely changed the structure of Dali and the entire Aquarius continent. After Alliance's sword strike, the imitated Baek-o-Kaekyung building, which was built with half of the country's resources, could no longer operate effectively. For the next 10 years, the sword formation could no longer be used to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. The Song clan suffered heavy losses and their vitality was damaged. However, it was a blessing in disguise. The chief Lu Chen, who secretly visited the Pearl Grotto Heaven, seemed to be too lazy to bother with Dali. From the time he came to the vast world until he returned to the Qingming world, he did not destroy Dali's Baek-o-Kaekyung building. Lu Chen's mercy was still a strange matter that puzzled many experts. If Lu Chen took action because of this, even if it was to vent his anger on the Dali dynasty, it was somewhat extreme. The deputy chief of the Central Plains Confucian Temple and the accompanying saints would not stop him. After that, the Dali cavalry sped up and headed south. Building the imitated Baek-o-Kaekyung building consumed half of the Song clan's resources. In addition, Dali had been using a secret source of divine money and credit to get Luan Juzi and the Mohist mechanic to build a total of 8 mountain ferries. It could be said that as long as the Great Li's southward advance was obstructed and halted somewhere, they would only need to drag on for another 3 to 5 years. Even if the Great Li's cavalry did not suffer much damage, the Song clan of Great Li would not be able to hold on any longer. Therefore, when the Zhuiying dynasty tried to stop the Great Li's cavalry at the cost of their own lives, it was not an impulsive decision. On the other hand, when the neighboring vassal states fought desperately with tens of thousands of soldiers to wear down the Great Li's cavalry, there was naturally someone guiding and manipulating them from behind the scenes. Otherwise, when there was a huge disparity in strength between the 2 sides and they were destined to lose miserably on the battlefield, who would be willing to die for nothing? In the past, this old cultivator from the Mohist had a very bad impression of Kui Dong in his early years. He always felt that Kui Dong was too weak to live up to his reputation. So what if he had participated in the iridescent cloud chart with the city lord of White Emperor City? So what if the sage of literature had taken in a disciple in the past? So what if he had a cultivation level of the 12th level? He was a lone ranger with no background and no power. Moreover, in the central divine continent, Kui Dong was still not one of the top few people. After being expelled from the sage of literature's lineage and rolling back to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, what could he do? But after Shu Ruo convinced the current magnate of the Mohist lineage, they really came to the remote and barbarian land of the Aquarius continent. That was when they began to realize the power of Kui Dong bit by bit. Last year, at the critical juncture when the Great Li's cavalry was blocked by the Zhuiying dynasty, Kui Shi, who did not like to show his face, finally sat down with some old men and had a good chat. He did not talk about the Great Li's inevitable success or how to divide the benefits after the success. Instead, he talked about every step the Great Li's cavalry would take in the next 10 years, including the details of who the 3 cavalry units of the Great Li fought each year, where they fought each other, the losses suffered by both sides, the corresponding state of the Great Li's treasury, and so on. Then, he talked about the subtle changes in the attitude of the top forces of the Aquarius continent such as Lakeview Academy, Martial Mountain, and Wind Snow Temple, and when Divine Grandeur sect's Qi Jun would finally agree to meet the Great Li's envoy. After that, Quisha talked about the Great Li's resurgence in the future territory of the Great Li, the repeated tug-of-war with the Great Li's garrison, how the fuse was started, how it should be ended, and the Great Li's gains and losses during this period were all detailed. Then, he talked about the subtle changes in the attitudes of the top forces of the Aquarius continent such as Lakeview Academy, Martial Mountain, and Wind Snow Temple at different stages, and when Divine Grandeur sect's Qi Jun would finally agree to meet the Great Li's envoy. At the end, Qui Dong told everyone to wait and see if they would believe him or not, and whether he would give up halfway or increase the bet. They were not in a hurry and only cared about watching the fire burn across the river. They wanted to see if the Dali cavalry would follow Qui Dong's instructions and take down the Zhuang dynasty. Reality proved that Qui Dong was right. It was only at that moment that the old cultivator had to admit that Qui Dong was really good at playing chess. However, the old cultivator was also a stubborn person. He did not believe in superstitions and went to ask Qui Dong how he did it. He did not believe that there was a god in the world who could predict the future. After all, the victory of a continent was not a matter of a real chess player playing a few chess pieces. Qui Dong took him to a heavily guarded Dali archive, secretly built on the outskirts of the capital. There were almost 500 people, and half of them were cultivators. They were all doing one thing, which was to collect intelligence, extract information, and communicate with all the spies and death warriors in the continent. The military allocation of all the dynasties and vassal states in the Aquarius continent, the distribution of power on the mountains, the personal information of the civil and military officials were all categorized. The belly of a mountain was emptied and filled with these 100 years of accumulated files. This was not the thing that shocked the old cultivator the most. The thing that really scared the old cultivator was a small matter that was easily overlooked. At that time, the imperial tutor of Dali, dressed in a scholarly robe, led him to explore the forbidden area of Dali called Book Mountain. Along the way, the people who came and went, without exception, were all in a hurry. When they saw the imperial tutor, they only slightly avoided him and then said their goodbyes. They did not kneel or exchange pleasantries. Even if the imperial tutor had questions, they would only ask and answer. Both sides spoke concisely and then went their separate ways. As an expert of the school of Moism and an outstanding machinist, the old cultivator felt that when he looked around and realized that he was in the middle of this Book Mountain, it was like he was in the middle of an enormous and complex mechanism that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Everywhere was filled with an aura of precision and coordination. The grandiose cultivators of history who went down the mountain to support the dragon were like children playing house compared to this embroidered tiger. They would be overjoyed with just a little achievement. After the infamous first disciple of the second sage left the star-studded Central Plains divine continent, he remained silent for 100 years. It was funny to say that when the 8 mountain ferries slowly rose into the sky and Dallas cavalry officially headed south, almost no one cared about what Qui Dong was doing in the Aquarius continent. Along the way, Chen Pingan was learning the language of the North Continent. In this aspect, the North Continent was better than the Aquarius continent and the Tongya continent. The language of the North Continent was widely used, and there were official languages and local dialects of various countries. However, it was far less complicated than the other 2 continents. Moreover, when outside, people were used to communicating in the language of the Aquarius continent. This saved Chen Pingan a lot of trouble. Over at the inverted mountain, Chen Pingan had suffered. To the cultivators of other continents, the language of the Aquarius continent could not be understood. When the ferries of the hemp sect were about to land, Chen Pingan tidied up his luggage and went to the railing on the first floor. The army of strong men pulling the ferries and flying in the sky were very mysterious. They did not seem to be pure otherworldly items, but a kind of existence that was between ghosts and talisman puppets. Under his feet was the vast territory of the Skeleton Beach. It was not the ghostly and eerie atmosphere that Chen Pingan remembered. Instead, there were a few brilliant lights that shot up into the clouds and lingered without dissipating. It was like an auspicious sign. The Skeleton Beach had a radius of 1,000 miles. Most of it was plains and tidal flats. There were very few tall mountains and peaks that were common to immortals. There was only one big river that ran from north to south in the Skeleton Beach's territory. It was not like the meandering of an ordinary river. It was as if a sword had slashed down, and there were almost no tributaries. There was only one immortal shop on the ferries of the hemp sect. There were a lot of goods, and the treasures of the shop were two magic weapons of high quality. They were the damaged swords of ancient immortals. If it was not for the fact that the blades of the two swords were broken and the damage to their foundations, causing the two swords to lose the possibility of being repaired, they would be worthy of being half-immortal weapons. The most praiseworthy thing was that the two swords were the so-called Daoist companions on the mountain. One was called Rainfall, and the other was called Lantern Chime. It was said that they were the swords of a pair of sword immortal companions in the North Continent. Therefore, the ferries were not sold separately. The price of the two swords was 100 grains of grain rain money. There was another gimmick to this deal. If an Earth Immortal sword cultivator bought it, he could get a 20% discount. If an Upper Five Realms sword immortal bought it, he could get a 40% discount. However, compared to an Earth Immortal cultivator, the price was a little too expensive. For an Upper Five Realms sword immortal, it was even more useless. Chen Pingan was just looking at it. He was shy of money. Besides, even if he had money, Chen Pingan would not be a sucker. However, Chen Pingan still bought a few cheap items from the shop with the plaque Shu Hen hanging on it. One of them was a spiritual weapon that connected to the Julie Mountain's mirror flower, water moon, and a green porcelain brush washer, similar to the water bowl Chen Pingan used in the past. In the immortal book that hung upside down on the mountain, Julie Mountain was specifically mentioned. This place was specially used for sword immortals to practice their martial arts. As long as they agreed to settle any grudges at Julie Mountain, both parties did not need to sign a life-and-death contract. They would start fighting at Julie Mountain until one of them was killed. For thousands of years, there was almost no exception. Then, there was an antique poetry inkstone and a box of rearranged stone drum ink made by the last emperor of a destroyed dynasty. There were 10 ingots in total. When Chen Pingan paid for the shopkeeper personally appeared. He smiled and said that great god Wei of the cloud-splitting mountain had already said that any expenses at Shu Hen would be charged to the cloud-splitting mountain's account. Chen Pingan did not stand on ceremony. He even asked, "Can I buy a few more items?" The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. He said that great god Wei also said that after he, the shopkeeper, appeared, the agreement between both parties would be voided. Chen Pingan still smiled and thanked the shopkeeper. After chatting for a while, Chen Pingan found out that although the shopkeeper opened a shop on the Hempen sect's ferry, he was not a cultivator of the Hempen sect. The Hempen sect's selection of disciples was extremely careful. Each name on the ancestral hall's registry was more precious than the last. Moreover, when the founding ancestor migrated from the Central Plains, he set the quota of 36 inner disciples and 108 outer disciples. Therefore, most of the people at the Skeleton Beach were outsiders like him. The old shopkeeper was a talkative person. He introduced Chen Pingan to the local customs of the Skeleton Beach, as well as some taboos on the mountain. The two of them talked and laughed at the railing of the boat. However, when Chen Pingan turned his head to look, he saw that at the end of the horizon, there were two sword gleams crisscrossing. Every time they clashed, a huge ball of light and electric light would be sent out. The old shopkeeper was not surprised. He smiled and said, "It's common. Our sword cultivators are just stretching their muscles. Young Master Chen, you'll understand when you see that they're always staying away from the center of the Skeleton Beach. Otherwise, if both parties were to really fight, they wouldn't care about the Skeleton Beach or the Hempen sect. It wouldn't be strange even if they were to fly around the top of the ancestral hall. At most, they would be sent flying by the Hempen sect's cultivators. Vomiting 3 liters of blood is nothing." Chen Pingan was speechless. The North Continent was really a good place. 485. The Skeleton Beach Immortal Ferry was an important hub in the southern part of the North Continent. It was bustling with commerce and business. In Chen Pingan's eyes, They were all immortal money with legs. He could not help but look forward to the future of his Oxhorn Mountain ferry. The ferry slowly approached the shore. The impatient customers could not wait any longer and rushed off in a mess. According to the rules, those who boarded and disembarked at the ferry should walk regardless of their realm or status. It was the same in the Aquarius continent, the Tonga continent, and the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was different here. Even if they followed the rules, they fought to be the first. Most of them rode on their swords and turned into a streak of rainbow light. Some rode on their magic treasures, some rode on their immortal birds, and some jumped off. It was chaotic and noisy. The steward of the hemp sect's ferry and the people at the ferry on the ground saw these unruly bastards again. Both parties were cursing each other. A sea-viewing cultivator who was in charge of guarding the ferry was so angry that he hit a chi refinement warrior who flew over his head to the ground. Chen Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was under the watchful eyes of the hemp sect. If it were somewhere else, how chaotic would it be? Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to get off the boat. Furthermore, the old shopkeeper was still talking about the Skeleton Beach and a few other places that he had to visit. Since the shopkeeper had kindly introduced him to the scenic spots of this place, Chen Pingan did not want to let him speak halfway. Therefore, he patiently listened to the old shopkeeper's explanation. Although Chen Pingan was curious about the scenes of getting off the boat, he had understood one thing since he was young. When you were talking to someone, if you were to look around while the other person was speaking earnestly, that was called lacking in manners. Therefore, Chen Pingan only took a few glances before looking away. The old shopkeeper had been in the ferry business for 200 to 300 years. He had trained a pair of sharp eyes to welcome customers and send them off. He quickly ended the previous topic and explained with a smile, "Our North Continent may seem chaotic, but after staying here for a long time, you will feel refreshed. Indeed, it is easy to start a feud for no reason. However, there are many people who will keep their promises and dare to entrust their lives to each other. I believe young Master Chen will understand in the future." When the old shopkeeper said this, his weathered face was full of unconcealable pride. Chen Pingan was no stranger to this. Therefore, his heart clenched and he felt a little sad. Once, there were people like this who were proud of being born in the North Continent, even if they were just chi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms and servant girls on the ferry. The old shopkeeper hesitated for a moment as he recalled the private meeting between the northern mountain god of the Great Li, Wei Ba, and himself. He then said softly, "Child Chen, may I say something unpleasant?" Chen Pingan smiled. "Go ahead, shopkeeper Huang." The old shopkeeper said slowly, "The North Continent is more xenophobic and likes to have internal strife. However, when they are united against outsiders, especially when they are in a group, they hate a few types of outsiders the most. One is the Confucian students who have traveled here from afar. They feel that they have a sour stench and are very difficult to deal with. Another type is the disciples of the rich families of other continents. They are all arrogant. The last type is the sword cultivators from other continents. They feel that this group of people does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and have the guts to come to the North Continent to sharpen their swords. Of the 3, the second one is the most annoying. Throughout history, there have been countless young people who were able to call the shots in their hometowns on other continents. They relied on their families' patriarchs or preachers to do whatever they wanted, but almost none of them were able to get anything out of it. They fled the North Continent in disgrace, which was still considered good. There were many who had their cultivation paths cut off, and some even died here. Among them, there were nobles from the Celestial Master's residence on Longhu Mountain, direct disciples of the 100 Schools of Thought, the last disciple of the Ascendant Realm Patriarch of the Liuxia continent, and the younger brother of the God of Fortune from the White Border continent, who was beaten to death here. There are so many of these old scores, and so many shocking disasters have happened. Those cultivators on the mountaintops of other continents who lost their relatives and disciples still haven't figured out who their enemies were. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I will remember shopkeeper Huang's reminder." The old shopkeeper's smile returned. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Some taboos are like a few hemp ropes in the marketplace. They can't restrain a real dragon in the human world." The North Continent has never rejected a true hero. Then, I wish you success in the North Continent, child Chen. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and returned the gesture. Thank you for your auspicious words, shopkeeper Huang. Chen Pinggan put on his bamboo hat, green robe, and sword as he left the Zhanma sect's ferry. According to shopkeeper Huang, there were 3 places in the Skeleton Beach that had to be visited. Otherwise, the trip would have been in vain. The first was the temple of the Swaying Yi River, which was not of high rank but occupied a large area. As a river god, the temple where the golden body was worshipped was more majestic than most of the water gods in the North Continent. There was also a huge city that extended from the entrance at the foot of the Zhanma sect's mountain all the way to the depths of the ground. It was called the City of Murals. There were 8 high walls under the city. There were 8 beautiful ancient fairies painted on the murals. They were vivid and lifelike. Rumor had it that there was also a great fortune waiting for the fated person to go there. The 8 fairies were once the remnants of the female official spirits in a palace in the ancient heavenly court. If there was a person who liked the murals, they would walk out of the murals and serve him for life. Their cultivation levels varied. Now, only 3 of the 8 female officials were left. The other 5 murals had lost their spiritual chi. The one with the highest cultivation level was in the Jade realm of the upper 5 realms, while the one with the lowest cultivation level was an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. The Zhanma sect had once invited experts from all over to try to obtain the treasures on the murals using the method of immortals rubbing tablets. However, the murals were full of mysteries and they never succeeded. Other than the fortune of the remaining 3 murals, there were also many items and yin spirits that ghost cultivators in the world could only dream of. Even ordinary immortal residences were willing to come here to bid and buy some well-trained heroic spirit puppets. They could serve as a kind of door god that protected the mountain, and they could also serve as a defensive heavy weapon that would not hesitate to die for the master. They could walk the Jianghu hand in hand. Moreover, there were many rogue cultivators in the City of Murals. When they traded here, there would often be great treasures hidden in the city. Now, there was a young sword immortal who had already rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had picked up a half-immortal weapon from a rogue cultivator. Finally, there was the Ghost Valley that attracted sword cultivators and pure martial artists the most in the Skeleton Beach. The Zhanma sect intended to expel the ghosts that were difficult to refine and gather them in one place. After paying a toll, they would be responsible for their own life and death. Chen Pinggan planned to go to the nearest City of Murals first. After Chen Pinggan left the ferry, an old cultivator of the Zhanma sect who was in charge of the cross-continent ferry had restrained his chi and spiritual chi in his chi dwelling. He was a well-known figure in the Skeleton Beach. A nascent soul cultivator had an extremely high seniority in the Zhanma sect's ancestral hall. However, he was usually unwilling to show his face and hated human relationships the most. At this moment, the old cultivator appeared beside shopkeeper Huang and said with a smile, "To think that you're a businessman. Those words of yours were not unpleasant at all. They were clearly disgusting. A young man who could make Dallas Bayou God appear and monopolize 30% of the mountain in Pearl Grotto Heaven was definitely related to the 3 types of people mentioned by the shopkeeper. At the very least, he should be one of them. If he had the temperament of a youngster, he might treat his good intentions as ill intent and think that the shopkeeper was trying to intimidate him." The old shopkeeper stroked his beard and smiled. Although his realm was much lower than this nascent soul cultivator beside him, he was usually very casual when interacting with him. If he's an impatient young man who cares about his face, he wouldn't be living in seclusion on the ferry. Just now, after hearing about the City of Murals, he would have left the ferry long ago. How would he be willing to accompany an old man like me to nag for half a day? Then, there's no need for me to say those words. The old nascent soul cultivator smiled casually and said, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature." The old shopkeeper laughed out loud, "It's just a business. If you can earn some favors, you can earn some money. That's why I said that, old Sue, you're not cut out for business. The Zhanma sect has really wasted a mountain of gold and silver by letting you manage this ferry. There are so many connections that you could have roped in, But you don't even care about them when they're running around in front of you. Is it really a good thing for a cultivator to be able to benefit from both sides? The old nascent soul cultivator sneered, if it's an earth immortal who has a chance to reach the 5 realms instead, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The old shopkeeper pretended that he didn't understand the meaning behind his words. He put his elbows on the railing and looked at the scenery of his hometown. The cross-continent ferry business didn't lack scenery along the way. However, after seeing so much, he still felt that his home's environment was the best. At this moment, when he heard the words of a nascent soul cultivator, the old shopkeeper laughed and said, "Don't treat me like a basket. I don't accept complaints here." The old nascent soul cultivator didn't take it seriously. He remembered something and asked with a frown, "What's going on with this Jade sect? Why did they move their sect to the Aquarius continent? According to common sense, the Tongyi sect's Du Mao's death should barely be able to maintain the sect. As long as Zun Yuan moved his sect to the north of the Tongyi sect and casually took their lives while they were weak, the Tongyi sect would be completely finished in less than 300 years. Why didn't Zun Yuan do such a free thing? No matter how great the potential of the Aquarius continent's location is, how can it be compared to completely devouring half of the Tongyi sect? This old man Zun was said to be a playboy when he was young. Could it be that his brain was damaged by a certain woman's legs? The shopkeeper of the House of Void Hatred with the surname Huang shook his head and said, "Anyone in the Jade sect can be a fool, but Zun Yuan isn't. Even if we've never met before, just by seeing how this old senior could tame Jiang Shangzhen, we can tell that he's not simple. What kind of temper does Jiang Shangzhen have? Back then, he was only a gold core cultivator and traveled alone in our North Continent. In the end, how many mountains and fairies did he harm? In the end, he even ate up all of them and successfully ran away. I don't have a knot in my heart in this life, only my martial aunt died of depression, and I can't let it go. Back then, junior martial aunt protected me and protected me. If it weren't for her care, I would have been buried long ago. This damned Jiang Shangzhen. My junior martial aunt was such a good woman. Sigh. Damn it, whenever this guy is mentioned, I'm filled with anger, but I can't help but be convinced." The old shopkeeper's usual manner of speech was actually quite elegant, unlike the cultivators of the North Continent. When he mentioned Jiang Shangzhen, he actually gritted his teeth. The old nascent soul cultivator gloated, "My basket is full." The old shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if he wanted to spit out all his pent-up anger. He asked curiously, "From the looks of it, the Song clan seems to have the intention of raising the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and has no intention of expanding the Changchun Palace Ferry. When the time comes, which local snake will you have to deal with? Will it be Dallas military generals or worshipped cultivators?" The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head. "Dallas' biggest taboo is spying by outsiders. Our Hall of Ancestral Masters has specially instructed that many of the methods we're familiar with are not to be used in Dallas Northern Peak territory, lest we become enemies. Dali is no longer the same as it was in the past. They have the confidence to stop the Skeleton Beach ferry from going south, so I'm not sure who the other party is yet. But anyway, it's the same, I'm not interested in messing around with these things, as long as both parties can maintain their image." The old nascent soul cultivator clicked his tongue and said, "It's only been a few years. Back then, Dali was the first immortal ferry that could accept intercontinental ferries. After it was officially opened, the cultivators and military generals stationed there were all first-class talents in Dali. Every one of them was a powerful and influential figure. When they saw us, they smiled obsequiously and never straightened their backs. You've seen it too. Now, there's a righteous deity of the northern peak called Wei Pai, right? How about it? Has he bent his back? I don't think so. Every dog has its day. Soon, we'll be the ones asking for help." The old nascent soul cultivator's heart suddenly tightened. He gave the shopkeeper a look. The latter looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head, indicating that there was no need to be too nervous. As long as it was within the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, there wouldn't be any major trouble. Did they think that the mountain-protecting formation of the hemp sect was just for decoration? The two of them turned their heads to look. A middle-aged guest was boarding the ferry against the current. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. He looked very flirtatious. This person walked slowly and looked around. He seemed a little regretful. He finally appeared and stood not far behind the two of them who were chatting. He looked at the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked, "What's the name of your junior master's aunt? Maybe I know her." Other things could be discussed, but when it came to personal privacy, especially when it came to his junior master's aunt, the old shopkeeper couldn't say anything. His face darkened. "Who do you think you are? Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from." The person spoke in fluent North Continent language. He nodded and said, "I'm Ju Fei from the Spring Tide Palace." The old shopkeeper laughed angrily. "If you're not Jiang Shangzhen, then get lost." The middle-aged cultivator thought for a while and smiled. "All right, then I'll get lost." He really turned around and got off the ferry. The old shopkeeper looked at the nascent soul cultivator with a serious expression and asked doubtfully, "Could he be a nascent soul cultivator like you, old Su?" The old nascent soul cultivator raised a finger and pointed upwards. The old shopkeeper wasn't afraid. At least he didn't panic. He rubbed his chin. "Why don't I hide in your ancestral hall for a month or so? If a fight really breaks out then, I'll definitely pay for the damages to the hemp sect's ancestral hall. But on account of our old friendship, can you give me a 20% discount?" The old nascent soul cultivator patted his shoulder. "The other party doesn't look like a good person. You're on your own. Good luck. That person hasn't gone far. Why don't you go and apologize to him? You're just a businessman. If you dare to say that I'm not cut out for that, why do you need to be so shameless?" The old shopkeeper spat. "If that guy is really capable, he can beat me to death in front of old Sue." The old nascent soul cultivator said that he wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but in an instant, the hemp sect expert's body glowed with a treasure light. Then, he clasped his fingers together, as if he wanted to grab something. But he was still too slow. He saw a green willow leaf hovering over the old shopkeeper's heart. A voice sounded from the railing. "You've already used up the incense. If you continue to nag, you'll really be disappointed." The willow leaf flashed and disappeared. A moment later, the old nascent soul cultivator said, "He's gone far." The old shopkeeper had a complicated look in his eyes. After a long silence, he asked, "If I spread this news, how much money can I earn?" The old nascent soul cultivator smiled. "I advise you not to be rash. You can earn it with your life, but you won't be able to spend it with your life." The old shopkeeper endured it and slapped the railing heavily. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, "That B*****starred Jiang Shangzhen has come to the North Continent to harm my wife again." The entrance of the city of murals at the foot of the hemp sect's mountain was crowded with people. Chen Pingan walked for half an hour before he finally found a relatively secluded place. He took off his bamboo hat and sat at a roadside stall to buy his lunch. Just as he was about to stand up and pay the bill, he saw a familiar person who had appeared out of nowhere and had already taken the initiative to pay for his meal. Chen Pingan picked up his bamboo hat and asked, "Did you make a special trip here to stop me?" That person smiled and said, "There are some things that require me to make a special trip here to explain properly. Otherwise, it'll leave a knot in your heart and ruin our friendship." Chen Pingan was stunned. Whether it was in the lotus flower-blessed land or the Green Tiger Palace in the Tongyi continent, this person shouldn't be so friendly and attentive. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, I'm sorry. In the past, I stayed in the North Continent for a period of time and revisited old places. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can't help but like to call people brothers." The two of them walked towards the entrance of the city of murals. Jiang Shangzhen communicated with Chen Pingan using the Heart Lake ripples. Just as they reached the entrance, Jiang Shangzhen finished his words and left. He said that there were many things waiting to be done at the Book Lake and he needed to rush back. After Jiang Shangzhen separated from Chen Pingan, he went to the hemp sect's ferry and found the old shopkeeper. He had a good heart-to-heart talk and moved him emotionally and logically. After confirming that there weren't any repercussions, Jiang Shangzhen took his own ferry treasure and returned to the Aquarius continent. Chen Pinggan walked along an almost imperceptible 10-mile slope and entered the city of murals underground. On both sides of the road, there were lanterns made by immortals. They illuminated the surroundings of the road as bright as day. The light was gentle and natural, like the warm sunlight in winter. Chen Pinggan silently pondered over Jiang Shangzhen's words. He took 2 steps to the side and avoided a woman who was holding a porcelain bottle in her arms. Chen Pinggan didn't seem to be distracted at all and continued to walk forward. He didn't expect that the woman behind him would fall to the ground and wail loudly. There were pieces of porcelain beside her. Chen Pinggan's body leaned back slightly and instantly retreated to the side of the woman. He slapped her, causing her to be a little dazed. He slapped her again, causing her to feel a burning pain. The woman who should have hugged the man's leg and started to throw a tantrum did not dare to continue wailing. She looked timidly at the 4 or 5 companions on the side of the road. She felt that she had been slapped twice for nothing. They couldn't just let it go like this. If everyone swarmed up, wouldn't they at least have that man compensate for 2 pieces of snow? Moreover, the flowing cloud vase that she had said was worth 3 pieces of silver. She had at least spent 2 taels of silver on it. Unfortunately, the woman only suffered another kick from a strong young man. The kick caused her head to sway. He said, "You will pay for the 3 silver taels later." The woman was extremely aggrieved. Wasn't it just 2 silver taels? In the end, it would have been better if she didn't say anything. Once she opened her mouth, she received another kick to the face. That man laughed sinisterly. Wasn't the travel expenses of his brothers worth 1 silver tael? When the group of men left, they whispered to each other. One of them had also ordered a bowl of wontons from the stall. He felt that the young ranger with the bamboo hat was an easy target. On the road, the woman didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. After all, there were many people coming and going. If she obstructed a real immortal, it wouldn't be a small matter. She hurriedly took out a large cotton cloth from her sleeve and collected the broken porcelain before leaving in a hurry. After leaving the entrance of the mural city, she arrived at an alley. There were some faded door gods, couplets, and the word spring at the top. She rubbed her cheeks, tidied her clothes, and squeezed out a smile. She pushed the door and entered. Inside, there were 2 children playing in the courtyard. The woman closed the door and went to the kitchen to cook. She looked at the rice jar that was only left with a thin layer at the bottom and sighed softly. She waited until she finished cooking a shabby meal. Suddenly, a child ran excitedly with an even smaller child following behind him. They came to the kitchen together and held it with both hands. There were 2 snow-white coins on it. The child's eyes lit up as he asked, "Mother, Mother, there are 2 coins at the door. Look, look, did the door god spit them out?" The woman was stunned. Where did the 2 coins come from? Rich people weren't interested in teasing her family of 3. She didn't have any beauty and her 2 children were ordinary. What was going on? A young man with a bamboo hat walked out of the alley and muttered to himself, "This is the only time. In the future, I don't need to know about other people's stories." He walked slowly and turned his head to look. He saw 2 very young children running madly with all their might. They laughed and shouted that they wanted to buy candied haws. They had candied haws to eat. The green-robed swordsman also laughed and held his bamboo hat. His eyes had always been quiet all these years. It was rare for him to be so warm. Then, "I'll know it again in the future." He didn't know why, but after he made up his mind to worry about nothing again, the young swordsman who strode forward suddenly felt that his heart wasn't sluggish anymore. Instead, he felt that the world was big and he could go anywhere he wanted. End of this chapter. 486. The mural city occupied an area equivalent to the size of Red Candle Town. However, the streets and alleys were messy, with varying width and width. Most of them were crooked, and there were very few high-rise mansions. Other than the numerous shops that were the size of tofu blocks, there were also many stalls. The sounds of hawking rose and fell one after another, just like the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the countryside. Of course, there were even more silent traveling merchants squatting by the roadside, with their sleeves tucked in and shoulders shrunk. They ignored the passers-by on the street, whether they wanted to look or not, whether they wanted to buy or not. As for the origin of the mural city, there were many different opinions, especially the paintings of the female officials of the heavenly court that were painted all over the walls. They had a myriad of manners and caused people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. The hemp sect that chose this place to open their mountain was very secretive about this. Chen Pinggan walked and stopped all the way. After about the time to drink a cup of tea, he followed a vast and mighty stream of people who had also come because of its reputation and arrived in front of a mural. The mountain wall was more than 10 feet high, and the mural was very imposing. Chen Pinggan stood in the crowd and looked up. The mural was a side profile of a graceful goddess. She seemed to be walking forward with flying spirits. There were auspicious clouds under her feet, and there was a traveling inkstone that was not commonly seen in the world. It was unknown whether it was because of the light or because of the abundance of spiritual energy in the mural, but the goddess's eyes were moving as if she was a living person. This mural was named Hanging Inkstone by the later generations. The color of the mural was mainly green, but there was also the right amount of powder and gold. It was like the finishing touch, making the mural thick and not lose its celestial aura. At a glance, it gave people the impression that it was like the cursive in a book. The brush seemed simple and concise, but in fact, upon closer inspection, whether it was the wrinkles of the dress, the ornaments, the texture of the skin, or even the eyelashes, they could all be said to be extremely dense. It was like a small scripture, and the strokes were in accordance with the law. Thinking about it, the person who painted the painting must be a master painter who had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Chen Pinggan only had a rough understanding of the language of the North Continent, so for the time being, he could only roughly understand the discussions around him. For thousands of years, the 8 murals in the underground city had been taken away by the fated people of various dynasties and generations. Moreover, when the 5 goddesses walked out of the mural and chose to serve their master, the painted mural would instantly fade. The lines of the painting would still be the same, so they would become white drawings. They were no longer colorful, and the spiritual energy would dissipate. Therefore, the 5 murals in the hemp sect were invited by the ancestors of the sect of the Liuxia continent. To prevent the mural of the mural that had lost, to prevent the loss of spiritual energy to the mural. To prevent the mural being without the support. Most of the tourists who came to admire the beauty of the goddesses. Of course, Chen Pinggan also looked at it. It would be a waste not to look at it. After all, it was just a mural. What could he do if he looked at it? However, Chen Pinggan's attention was more focused on the small ancient inkstone hanging from the waist of the goddess. He could vaguely see 2 ancient seal characters, lightning. The reason he could recognize it was because of the true alchemy works that Li Shixing had given him. Many of the insect and bird seal characters in it had actually been lost in the vast world. Near the mural, there was a shop that specialized in selling copies and copies of the goddess painting. The prices were different. Among them, the hard yellow book filled with double hooks was the most expensive. A round fan-sized one dared to ask for 20 pieces of snow. However, Chen Pinggan saw that the painting was indeed exquisite. Not only did it resemble a mural, it also resembled a spirit. Chen Pinggan bought 2 of them. He planned to keep one for himself in the future and give the other to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian had said before that when it came to collecting, the most taboo was to not be proficient in miscellaneous things. The shop was managed by a young man and a young woman. The young woman didn't like to entertain customers, but the young man was especially clever. When he saw that Chen Pinggan had bought the most expensive painting in the shop, he began to recommend a set of hard yellow books filled with 5 copies of the goddess painting to Chen Pinggan, the esteemed customer. It was placed in a bright red wooden box. The young man said that the cost of making this wooden box was equivalent to several pieces of snow. Chen Pinggan gently stretched out his hand to touch the wooden box. The wood was fine and delicate, and the spiritual energy was light but rich. It should really be a product of the immortal mountain. The young man also said that the other 2 copies of the goddess painting couldn't be bought here. The customer would have to take 2 more steps to buy them from other shops. There were still 3 shops in Mural City that had been passed down from their ancestors. There was a rule set by the elders that they were not allowed to steal the business of other shops. However, the 5 copies of the mural that had been covered by the hemp sect could be sold by all 3 shops. Chen Pingan thought for a while and said that he would take a look. He then kept the hanging inkstone of the goddess painting and left the shop. As for the fated chance of the goddess, Chen Pingan didn't even think about it. He heard from the customers that once the goddess walked out of the painting, she would serve the owner for the rest of her life. In history, the 5 people in the painting had all become immortal companions with the owner. Then, at the very least, both of them would become earth immortals of the nascent soul stage. One of them, a down-and-out scholar with mediocre cultivation aptitude, had even obtained the favor of a goddess with a celestial staff. Then, unexpectedly, he broke through the realm again and again. In the end, he became a great immortal cultivator in the history of the North Continent. If one could win the heart of a beauty, one could also become an immortal at the peak of the mountain. At this point in one's life, what more could one ask for? Chen Pingan's palms were sweating when he heard that. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. He almost put his palms together and silently prayed that the goddess on the mural would have a better taste and not be blind enough to fall in love with him. After that, Chen Pingan went to the other 2 murals and bought the most expensive ones. The style was the same. The shops nearby also sold a set of 5 copies of the goddess painting. The price was the same as what the young man had said previously. 100 pieces of snow would be spent without any discount. The 2 paintings of the goddess were named Rain Walking and Deer Riding respectively. The former held a white jade bowl and tilted it slightly. The tourists could vaguely see the sparkling water in the bowl and a golden dragon shining in the golden light. The latter was riding on a 7-colored deer. The goddess' skirt was trailing behind her, making her look like an immortal. This goddess also carried a green wooden sword without a scabbard on her back. The 3 words Swift Wind were engraved on it. Along the way, Chen Pingan mingled with the crowd and listened as much as he could. One of the words made Chen Pingan, the moneygrubber, interested. He decided to be the bag shop himself. On this trip to the North Continent, other than practicing his swordsmanship, he might as well do some business. After all, there was almost no space left in the near things and the square things. Some passers-by said that it was the painting of the goddess in the Mural City. Due to the beauty of the painting and the fact that it was a gimmick, the whole continent knew about it. In the northern region of the North Continent, cultivators would often offer extremely high prices for it. It was very popular in the northern court. There were even immortal masters from rich families who were willing to pay a small sum of money to buy a set of 8 complete paintings of the goddess in the Mural City. Chen Pingan thought about it carefully. At first, he thought that it was profitable, but then he felt that something was amiss. He thought that this was a good thing. It was like a string of copper coins on the ground. Any cultivator with a little bit of wealth could pick it up and earn the difference in price. Chen Pingan looked at the group of tourists who were chatting not far away. They did not look like people who were hired by the 3 shops. After thinking about it, he understood. The North Continent was vast, and the Skeleton Beach was located at the southernmost tip. Riding the immortal ferry was not a small expense. Moreover, whether the painting of the goddess could be sold at a high price depended on whether the other party liked it. It was more up to fate and a little bit of luck. Also, it depended on the production of the 3 shops' porch filler boxes. Adding all these factors together, there might not be any cultivators who would be willing to earn such a small profit. Of course, it was also possible that there was a fixed sales channel between the shops and the Skeleton Beach. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. Earning money was one thing. Chen Pingan had been through so much. Among the people he knew, Sun Jiashu from Old Dragon City and Dong Shuijing from Longquan County did the best. Putting aside Sun Jiashu, who already had a big family and business, Dong Shuijing, who was born in a shabby alley and suddenly became rich, had an attitude toward earning money that Chen Pingan admired the most. After Dong Shuijing earned a lot of money every day, he made friends with big figures like County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Cao, and Guan Iran, who he was going to visit soon. However, He also earned a small amount of money from the wonton shop. Although Dong Shuijing was running the shop now, in some people's eyes, it might be more of a cultivation of character after having a lot of money, but Dong Shuijing was still diligent and serious. He was not careless at all. This was the business experience that a businessman should have. Therefore, Chen Pinggan found the shopkeepers of the two shops and asked if they could give him a discount if he bought more porch fillings in one go. One of the shopkeepers directly shook his head, saying that even if he bought all the stock in the shop, he would not pay less for a single piece of snow. There was no room for negotiation at all. In the other shop, the shopkeeper was an old hunchbacked woman. She smiled and asked the customer how many sets of goddess paintings he could buy. Chen Pinggan asked how many sets of goddess paintings were left in the shop. The old woman said that porch fillings were delicate work, and it took a long time to sell them. Moreover, the chief painter of these porch fillings had always been an old guest of the linen sect. The other painters did not dare to paint at all. The old guest was never willing to paint more. If it were not for the rules of the linen sect, according to the old painter, every time the lechers in the world with evil thoughts looked at him, he would have more karma. It was really a terrible way to earn money. The old woman then said frankly that the shop itself was not worried about sales, so they did not have much savings. Now, there were only about 30 sets left in the shop, and they would be sold out sooner or later. At this point, the old woman smiled and asked Chen Pinggan, if that was the case, discounts were equivalent to losing money. Was there anyone in the world who did business like this? Chen Pinggan was helpless. Just based on the old woman's honest words, he spent 20 pieces of snow to buy a set of boxes. Inside, there were 5 goddess paintings. They were named Chang Wu, Baoguai, Lingji, Chuanguan, and Zhong Kan. The 5 goddesses each held a lotus lamp, supported a Baoguai lid, and held a white jade Lingji Rui in their arms. Hundreds of flowers curled around them, and birds flew in circles. The last one was the most unusual. She was actually wearing armor and holding an axe. Lightning flashed, and she was very heroic. Chen Pinggan once again returned to the earliest shop, and asked about the inventory and discounts. The young man was a little embarrassed. The young girl suddenly smiled, and glanced at the young man who grew up with her. She shook her head, probably feeling that this foreign customer was too unscrupulous. She continued to busy herself with her own business. Facing the customers who came in and out of the shop, whether old or young, she still did not smile. In the end, the young man was easier to talk to, or maybe he was thin-skinned. He could not persuade Chen Pinggan to look at him and smile, so he secretly led Chen Pinggan to the back room of the shop. He sold 10 sets of wooden boxes to Chen Pinggan, and took 10 pieces of snow less from Chen Pinggan. After Chen Pinggan paid the bill, when he left the shop, he had an extra bag, which he slung on his back. The young girl lightly bumped the young man with her shoulder, and teased, "How can you do business like this? The customer just said a few words, and you just nodded and agreed." The young man helplessly said, "I take after my great-grandfather. Besides, I'm just here to help you do odd jobs. I'm not really a businessman." The young girl separated public from private matters, and warned, "I don't care. I've seen the loss of 10 pieces of snow in the shop. When you go back, go to your great-grandfather and ask him to make up for it. Beg him to draw more snow for my shop." The young man smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, great-grandfather loves me the most. If others can't get anything from him, great-grandfather will be very happy if I go and beg him." The young girl suddenly said, "Then did you tell that customer that he shouldn't show off his wealth when he's outside? There are many people in the shop, and he's carrying so many pieces of snow on his back. It's not a small sum of money. The area around Mural City is already filled with crooks and honest folk, and it's a foul atmosphere. They like to bully foreigners the most, and they'll use all kinds of tricks and tricks. Didn't you tell him anything? Look at how he's bargaining with you. If you don't agree, he can almost become a worker in our shop. Also, with that foreign accent, it's obvious that he's not very rich. The more it's like this, the more you should be careful." When the young girl did business, she had the temper of someone willing to take the bait. Only when it came to the young man, she was not stingy with her words. Presumably, She had a cold face and a warm heart. The young man was stunned for a moment. He slapped his head and said guiltily, "I forgot." The young girl glared at him and said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you going? You're a direct disciple of the hemp sect, and you're about to leave the mountain to travel. How can you be so careless?" The young man said, "Then what about the shop's business?" The young girl laughed angrily, "I've been here since I was young. After so many years, you've only left the mountain to help a few times. Could it be that without you, my shop can't continue running?" The young man dashed out of the shop and found the foreign wanderer wearing a bamboo hat. He whispered some things to take note of. Chen Pingan smiled, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." The young man waved his hand and was about to turn and run back to the shop. Chen Pingan asked, "May I take the liberty to ask?" The young man immediately stopped and nodded, "Go ahead. If it's something that can be said, I'll definitely not hide it." Chen Pingan asked, "These 8 goddess murals have such a great opportunity. Why didn't the hemp sect seal off the skeleton beach? Even if their own disciples can't seize the opportunity, isn't it common sense to keep the goodies within the family?" The young man smiled, "The hemp sect isn't so stingy. Instead of stealing the treasure land and monopolizing the opportunity, it's better to form a good relationship with those fated people. There's an ancestral teaching in the hemp sect's ancestral hall: when we cultivate the great Tao, we must avoid fighting for the Tao." Chen Pingan thought about this saying carefully and sighed, "The hemp sect's boldness is great." The young man was elated. Although he wasn't tall and had an average appearance, he was actually an inner sanctum disciple in the hemp sect's ancestral hall. He was successful in his cultivation and hence, he was introverted. Although he was very young, his seniority was not low. He was familiar with the young lady in the shop in the mural town since he was young. Whenever he had the chance, he would come down the mountain to help. When he reached the hemp sect's mountain, there were many white-haired old cultivators who called him young Uncle Master. After thanking the young man again, Chen Pingan walked towards the entrance. Since he had bought the goddess murals, it was a worthwhile trip for him to open his business in the North Continent in the future. He didn't continue to wander around the mural town. Along the way, he actually saw a few shops selling ghost cultivator artifacts. Regardless of whether the artifacts were good or bad, they were really expensive. He reckoned that he would have to stay here for a period of time and slowly search for those old shops hiding in the depths of the streets to have a chance of finding them. Otherwise, shopkeeper Huang on the ferry wouldn't have mentioned this. However, Chen Pingan didn't intend to test his luck. Moreover, he had bought the most outstanding yin spirit puppet in the mural town as a retainer. Chen Pingan didn't need it the most. Hence, he hurried to the Yaoyi River Temple, which was 600 miles away from the hemp sect's mountain. After exiting the mural town, Chen Pingan looked at the hemp sect, which was shrouded in clouds and mist that covered the scenery. He couldn't help but think of the Taiping Mountain in the Tongyi continent. The foot of the mountain was bustling with activity and was overcrowded. This immortal mansion had 36 direct disciples and 108 outer disciples. For an immortal mansion with the word sect in its name, there were too few cultivators. The mountain was mostly deserted. Actually, his Luopa mountain was about the same. There were still too few people. However, with so many people coming, Chen Pingan was also worried. He was worried that a second Jiyu Kan would appear. Even if it was half of Jiyu Kan, Chen Pingan would have a headache. There was a story in Taoism where the common people worried about the heavens. Chen Pingan had read it many times. The more he read it, the more he thought about it. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He shook his bag, collected his thoughts, and continued to travel. He continued to travel on foot. As for the speed of his breathing and the depth of his footsteps, he deliberately maintained the atmosphere of an ordinary fifth realm martial artist. The river deity temple was very easy to find. He just had to walk to the swaying river and head north. The Ghost Valley was located northeast of the temple, so it could be considered on the way. The swaying river was extremely wide and boundless. The water was deep and the river was slow, giving one the feeling of watching a lake. There was no bridge on the swaying river. It was said that the river deity didn't like others walking on his head, so there were many ferries and boats. Chen Pingan rested at a small ferry and drank a bowl of the local gloomy tea. Generally speaking, the water used to brew tea was of the lowest quality. However, the gloomy tea here was casually poured into the river. The tea was actually very refreshing and sweet. It was most likely due to the rich luck of the swaying river. The luck of the water was at its peak, and it also helped the two sides of the river. The vegetation was lush and there were large clusters of reeds. In the early winter, it was still lush and green. Hence, there were many birds and water birds resting. Along the way, he could occasionally see traveling cultivators. They were accompanied by yin spirit retainers with metal armor. Their footsteps were extremely light and there was almost no dust. They were like the Jianghu masters of the small vassal states of the Aquarius continent. The armor on their bodies was extremely exquisite. It was engraved with the Daoist talisman. Gold and silver lines intertwined with each other. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The burly yin spirits were almost all covered with face armor. Some of their exposed skin was greenish-black. The cultivators of the North Continent, regardless of their cultivation level, were much more restrained than the cultivators of the Aquarius continent who were cautious when they walked around the ferry. The cultivators of the North Continent acted as if there was no one around and were very bold and unrestrained. If Pei Qian was here, he would probably feel like a fish in water. Chen Pingan ordered 2 more bowls of gloomy tea. It was not that Chen Pingan was thirsty to the point of drinking, but the rule of the tea store was that 3 bowls of tea were sold for 1 drop of snow. If one did not drink 3 bowls of tea, 1 drop of snow would be sold for at least 1 drop of snow. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry. He drank his tea slowly. Then, he sat at more than half of the dozens of tables. They were all resting here. About 100 miles ahead, there was a historical site. There was a fallen ancient iron bull by the swaying river. Its origin was unknown. It was of extremely high quality and was close to a magic treasure. It was not sunk by the swaying river god to suppress the water flow, nor was it taken by the great cultivator at the skeletal beach. There was once an earth immortal who tried to steal it, but it did not end well. The river god turned a blind eye to it and did not use its supernatural powers to stop it. The swaying river water was violent and turbulent, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly swept the earth immortal into the river and drowned him. Since then, no one dared to covet this iron bull that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Chen Pingan had just finished his 2nd cup of tea. Not far away, a table of customers quarreled with the waiter of the tea stall. It was about why the tea stall charged 2 snowflakes for 4 cups of tea. The shopkeeper was a mischievous man. When he saw his waiter quarreling with the customers, he actually took pleasure in their misfortune. He leaned over the greasy counter and drank alone. In front of him was a plate of fresh and delicious water celery that grew by the swaying river. The young waiter was also stubborn. He did not ask for help from the shopkeeper. He was surrounded by 4 customers alone and still insisted on his opinion. Either he obediently took out 2 snowflakes and spent it, or he did not pay if he had the ability. Anyway, the tea stall did not even charge 1 tael of silver. There was a burly man with a big beard and a purple face. Behind him stood an astonishingly imposing yin spirit retainer. This puppet made by the linen sect was carrying a big box on its back. The purple-faced man was about to turn hostile on the spot. However, after being persuaded by a woman who was sitting cross-legged on a long bench, the burly man took out a small sum of money and slammed it on the table. 2 snowflakes cost money, right? Then give me the change. It was obvious that he was making things difficult and disgusting the tea stall. The cultivators on the mountain, as well as the pure martial artists who were good at martial arts, would generally prepare more snowflakes when they went out traveling. They should not be short of snowflakes. Of course, there should be some small sum of money. After all, this thing was lighter than snowflakes and easier to carry. If it was the Earth Immortals who owned the small immortal tomb and the exquisite arsenal, or the direct descendants of the immortal families on the mountain who had these precious treasures since childhood, it would be a different story. As for the more precious Guyu money, it was not even a good thing to have more of it. Because there were not many places where Guyu money could be used, unless they went straight for a big deal as soon as they went down the mountain. In the end, the young waiter directly retorted, "Why don't you take out the Guyu money?" The purple-faced man glared and crossed his arms. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, don't delay me from going to the river god temple to burn incense." The shopkeeper finally spoke up to relieve the situation. "Okay, hurry up and give the customer the change." The young waiter grabbed the Guyu money and went behind the counter. He squatted down, and there was a crisp sound of money knocking against money. He took out a sack of Guyu money and slammed it on the table. "Take it." The purple-faced man smiled and waved his hand. The yin spirit retainer behind him grabbed the heavy sack of Guyu money and put it into the box behind him. The young waiter said with a straight face, "Forgive me for not seeing you out. You are welcome to not come." The purple-faced man took out another Guyu money and put it on the table. He grinned and said, "4 more bowls of gloomy tea." The young waiter said angrily, "Are you King done?" The woman who was sitting cross-legged twisted her body. Her appearance was average, but her figure was alluring. With this twist, her peaks rose and fell. She smiled at the young waiter and said, "Since you are in the business of opening the door to welcome customers, then don't be too hot-tempered. However, I don't blame you. It's normal for young people to be hot-tempered. Later, I won't drink that bowl of tea. Consider it a reward for you to cool down." The guests at the other tables roared with laughter. Some of them even let out strange cries. Some of the young and strong men even whistled and glanced at the beautiful scenery in front of the woman. They wished they could use their eyes to cut off those 2 mountains and bring them back home. The young waiter flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to curse at this coquettish fox, a young man with a sword beside the woman was already itching to give it a try. He secretly stroked the hilt of his sword with his palm, as if he was waiting for the waiter to insult the woman. Fortunately, the shopkeeper finally put down his chopsticks and said to the young waiter, "Okay, did I forget what I taught you? You will cause the most trouble by insulting people in front of them. The rules of the tea stall are passed down from our ancestors. No wonder you are so stubborn. If the customers are unhappy, there is nothing we can do. But if you curse people, then forget it. No business is done like this." Then, the shopkeeper smiled and looked at the group of customers. "Business has its rules. But like this beautiful sister said, we are open to welcome customers. So, the next 4 bowls of gloomy tea will be my reward for getting to know these 4 heroes. It will be free. How about it?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed, her body trembling. The purple-faced man nodded. He put away the small coin and drank the 4 bowls of gloomy tea. Only then did he get up and leave. The woman didn't forget to turn around and throw a coquettish glance at the young waiter. Chen Pinggan frowned. He glanced at one of the white bowls on the table that still had half a bowl of tea left. On the edge of the bowl, there was some imperceptible rouge. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. He went around the counter and threw the white bowl into the swaying river before the young waiter could. Chen Pinggan finished his tea and placed a snow coin on the table. He got up and left. From the Murals city to the river crossing, there was a fork in the road. The small road was near the river, and the main road was slightly away from the river. There was a particular reason for this. The river god here preferred peace and quiet. On the other hand, the main road at the Skeleton Beach was filled with endless traffic. It was said that it was easy to disturb the river god's cultivation. Therefore, the hemp sect paid to build 2 roads for people to travel. Those who liked to enjoy the scenery would take the small road. Those who wanted to do business would take the large road. Chen Pinggan walked on the small road and there were very few people. After all, no matter how good the scenery of the swaying river was, it was still a gentle river. Previously, when he came from the Murals city, the novelty of it had already passed. The small muddy road was full of potholes, and it was not as smooth as the main road. Moreover, there were small stalls on both sides of the road. After all, if one wanted to set up a stall in the Murals city, they would have to pay a sum of money. It wasn't much, just a snow coin. However, even a mosquito's leg was meat. In the end, when Chen Pinggan walked along the small road by the river for more than 10 li, Chen Pinggan vaguely heard a weak shout coming from a large patch of reeds in the distance. For people walked out, supporting each other. They were the customers who had wrestled with the tea stall earlier. Among them, the woman's stomach suddenly emitted a thunderous sound. She panted softly and said, "Ayo, my dear mother, they are here again." The woman turned around and staggered all the way to the depths of the reeds. She didn't forget to remind him, "Tell that puppet you just bought to get lost. This is the wilderness. If I don't let that wild man see my butt, would I let an otherworldly item take advantage of it?" Chen Pingan looked straight ahead and quickened his pace. The purple-faced man glanced at Chen Pingan. The young man with a sword next to him whispered, "What a coincidence. We ran into them again. Could it be that the tea stall cooperated to make a badger game? They were tempted by the money earlier, and now they want to take advantage of the situation." A grey-clothed old man who looked like a butler rubbed his aching stomach and nodded. "It's better to be careful." The purple-faced man's face darkened. "I didn't expect the skeleton beach to be so lawless. Even a tea stall that doesn't have legs dares to do such a despicable thing," the grey-clothed old man said helplessly. "The skeleton beach has always been full of strange people. Let's take this as a lesson learned. We should think about how to proceed from here. If the tea stall really wants to kill someone for money, the journey before we reach the temple of the river god will be very difficult." The young man looked at the back of the young man wearing a bamboo hat and made a gesture of raising his hand. "Then, should we strike first to gain the upper hand? It's better than letting them find out the truth, and then we can catch a turtle in a jar somewhere. Maybe we can kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and they won't dare to act recklessly." The purple-faced man thought it was reasonable. The grey-clothed old man still wanted to make a plan, but the man had already said to the young swordsman in a low voice, "Then you go and test the waters. Remember to be clean. It's best not to throw it into the river. If we really fall into the river, we still need the protection of the river god. If we throw the corpse into the river, we might offend the river god of this river. Don't waste such a big reed marsh." The young man with the sword smiled and nodded. Then, he chuckled and said, "He looks like a pure martial artist who has passed the body refinement realm. If he is someone who hides his strength and has the courage of a hero, even if we don't fail miserably, it would be very troublesome to take him down for questioning." The purple-faced man glanced at the grey-clothed old man, and the latter nodded silently. The two rushed forward one after the other. A moment later, the purple-faced man rubbed his stomach that was beginning to turn upside down again. Seeing the two returning the way they came, he asked, "Finished?" The grey-clothed old man shook his head and said, "He disappeared in an instant, faster than a rabbit. But it's also possible that he saw that the situation was not good and hid in the reed marsh. It's hard to find him just by lying down." The purple-faced man with a big beard looked gloomy. He looked around and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. Let's go a little further and act according to the situation. If there's no other way, we'll go back to the ferry and bow our heads to the shopkeeper who drugged him. Just think of it as us strong dragons don't fight local snakes." The woman put one hand on her waist and staggered out of the reed marsh. She said in a sickly voice, "That guy from the tea stall is bad. He's a smiling tiger who deserves to be cut 1,000 times. What a tyrannical laxative. Even a strong bull would be knocked down by it. He really doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex." Chen Pingan had left the small path earlier and turned into the reed marsh. He bent his back and rushed forward. Soon, he was out of sight. After walking for more than 10 miles, he slowed down. He went to the riverside and scooped some water to wash his face. Then, while there was no one around, he put the bag containing the goddess portrait into something close to him. Then, he leaped up gently and stepped on the lush reed marsh. He skimmed the surface of the water like a dragonfly. The wind whistled in his ears as he drifted into the distance. Even if that group of Jianghu people had yin spirit puppets as their personal retainers, they would probably not be as strong as an experienced dragon gate cultivator. Chen Pingan did not want to fight and kill people when he arrived in the North Continent. Besides, he would be implicated. It was not a good sign. As he approached the river god temple, there were more pedestrians on the small path. Chen Pingan landed on the ground. He walked out of the reed marsh and walked forward. Previously, when he stood on top of the reed thicket and looked at the famous temple that was famous in half of the continent, he saw a thick mist of incense rising into the sky. It stirred the sea of clouds above and created a colorful blur. This scene was not to be underestimated. Even the river god temple in the Tongyi continent that he had passed by and the azure touring mansion that was later on did not have such a strange scene. As for the few river god temples in the embroidery river in his hometown, they did not have such a strange phenomenon. The common people had incense for the common people. There was also water incense for the rich. The river god temple was very generous. Not only did it erect a wooden board to announce the arrival, there was also a young boy who was specially guarding the wooden board. With a childish voice, he informed all the guests who came to offer incense that when they entered the temple to worship the god, they only cared about their sincerity and not the value of the incense. Chen Pinggan did not skimp on the money. He bought a tube of swaying river incense that was specially used to worship the god. It was not cheap. 10 snowflakes cost money and the tube only contained 9 incense sticks. Compared to the 3 incense sticks in the river god temple in the Qinghuan kingdom, 1 snowflake cost money. It was much more expensive. Chen Pinggan took out 3 incense sticks from the yellow bamboo tube with green water flowers and followed the pilgrims into the temple. He lit 3 incense sticks in the main hall and held the incense sticks high above his head. He bowed in all directions and then went to the main hall where the golden body of the river god was enshrined. The colorful statue was gilded with gold and its height was suspected of overstepping its boundaries. It was actually more than 3 feet taller than the statue of the river god in Longquan County. The height of the statues of the river god in the Dali dynasty strictly adhered to the rules of the academy. However, when Chen Pinggan thought that this was the North Continent, it was not strange. The appearance of the swaying river god was that of an old man in golden armor who held a sword in each hand and stepped on a bright red snake. He looked like an angry heavenly king and was extremely powerful. Then, Chen Pinggan just walked around the huge temple that had more than 10 entrances. He walked and stopped and spent more than an hour. The roof ridges were all eye-catching golden glazed tiles. Among them, there was a side hall that was built to look like a dragon palace in the water. The statues were vivid and lifelike. They were all large fish, snakes, and flood dragons that had transformed into human forms. There were hundreds of postures. There were old pilgrims and their children laughing and saying that this was the side palace of the river god. At night, these subordinates who could summon the wind and rain would come alive. However, there was a night ban in the temple. At night, only those immortals who rode the clouds and mist were qualified to come here as guests and drink tea with the river god. Chen Pinggan had stopped at the back hall for a while and saw a couplet. He took out 3 incense sticks and lit them. He stood respectfully on the white jade square and inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner before leaving. The couplet behind Chen Pinggan with golden words on a black background was "Don't kowtow to a sincere heart. You will be protected by virtue and burn incense for evil, you will only provoke the water god." After Chen Pinggan left the temple of the river god, he continued his journey to the north. At dusk, Chen Pinggan came to a small ferry. He needed to take a ferry across the shore to go to the ghost valley that Chen Pinggan wanted to visit the most in the territory of the Skeleton Beach. However, the ferries and the old and young ferries at the ferry had already stopped work. The ferries stopped at the shore to tie up their ropes and return home. Chen Pinggan wanted to increase the price to cross the river, but still no one agreed. It was said that the ferries did not cross the river at night. This was a rule passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, the river god would be angry. There were only 3 kinds of people who were exceptions. Scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations, people who were sick and seeking medical treatment, and people who were suffering wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Chen Pinggan thought about the importance of not building a bridge on the swaying river, as well as these rules. He didn't even have the mood to swim across the river. He simply lit a bonfire at a secluded spot near the ferry, planning to take the ferry across at dawn tomorrow. The night was dark and the river was slow. Chen Pinggan faced the river and sat cross-legged to practice the sword furnace stance. The night passed peacefully. The sky was slightly bright. Chen Pinggan got up and walked towards the ferry. There was a muscular old ferryman with glossy and dark skin. He was already squatting at the ferry, waiting for a guest. Chen Pinggan and the old ferryman agreed on the price of 8 silver coins. The old man said to wait a little longer. If he only earned 8 silver coins to ferry a person across the river, it would be a waste of his strength. He asked Chen Pinggan if he was willing to wait a little longer. As long as another person came and earned 8 silver coins, he could cross the river. Chen Pinggan smiled and said it was fine. He just needed to wait. After all, he was not in a hurry. Chen Pinggan took off his bamboo hat and sat at the ferry with the old ferryman. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. The wine in the gourd was the homebrewed rice wine that Dong Shuijing had given to Luo Po Mountain. The old ferryman smelled the wine and his eyes lit up. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Young master, can you give me some wine to drink?" Chen Pinggan was about to pass the blade-strengthening gourd to him when the old ferryman waved his hand and held it with both hands. He smiled and said, "Young master is a particular person, but this old man can't not be particular. Young master just needs to pour the wine into my hands." Chen Pinggan then poured the wine. The old ferryman raised his hands that were full of calluses and lowered his head like a cow drinking water. After drinking, he smacked his lips and asked with a smile, "Young master, are you going to that no turning back?" "Oh, this is our dialect. According to the words of the great immortals of the hemp sect, it is the Ghost Valley." Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He said, "I am a swordsman and they all say that there are 3 places that must be visited. Now that I have been to the Mural City and the River God Temple, I want to go to the Ghost Valley to broaden my horizons." The old ferryman stretched out 2 fingers and twirled the corner of Chen Pinggan's green robe. He clicked his tongue and said, "I knew it. Young master is actually a young immortal. This old man doesn't need to talk about other things. I have been on this river all my life, and even though I don't have any money in my pocket, I still have a good eye. Young master's robe must be worth a lot, right?" Chen Pinggan laughed heartily and said, "When I go out, I still need to talk about style. I'm just trying to look impressive." The old ferryman said, "Young master's foreign accent sounds like you are from another continent. You must change it. Here, the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. The more useless they are, the more they like to bully strangers." Chen Pinggan nodded. Old uncle is right. The old ferryman turned his head and glanced at him. Young master's luck is not bad. Someone has come to the ferry so early. It seems that we can cross the river. Chen Pinggan followed the old man's gaze and turned his head. It was an old woman who was staggering. When he looked at the old woman's face, Chen Pinggan felt helpless. When the old woman arrived at the ferry, she heard that the old ferryman wanted to take 8 coins of silver. She began to feel awkward and then turned her head to look at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan looked like a fledgling of the Jianghu. At first, he pretended that he did not know anything. When the old woman was stunned, she took the initiative to ask this young master if he could help her. She only had 4 or 5 coins of silver on her. If she could trouble this young master to pay her, she would definitely be rewarded for his kindness. Chen Pinggan just shook his head. The old ferryman was a little anxious and tried to signal Chen Pinggan with his eyes. Unfortunately, in the old man's eyes, the clever young man was now like a blockhead. In the end, the old woman angrily said that she owed him money and that she would pay him back the next time they crossed the river. The old ferryman also agreed. When they crossed the river, the atmosphere on the boat was a little awkward. Chen Pinggan looked down and pretended to be an old monk in meditation. The old ferryman was a little anxious, but he could not say anything. The old woman was the most angry. She felt that this young man was really stingy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She glared fiercely at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan just pretended not to see it. Later, he seemed to not be able to bear it and began to talk about great principles with the old woman. The general idea was why she could not blame him for being stingy. When the old woman heard this, she slapped the railing. The old ferryman rolled his eyes. When they reached the ferry on the other side, the old ferryman wanted to say something, but the old woman pulled on his sleeve. Chen Pinggan jumped off the ferry and said his goodbyes. He didn't even turn his head as he left. The old ferryman was dumbfounded and stunned for a long time. He turned to the old woman and asked, "Let it go just like that? Isn't it a pity?" The stooped old woman had already stood up and sneered, "What else? You want me to pay for it?" He couldn't grasp his own fortune, so he can't blame anyone else. This guy is the first one who couldn't pass the 3 small tests. If this gets out, I'll be laughed at by my sisters. The old ferryman felt that something was wrong. Why did that young man seem to have deliberately missed this great fortune? The first test was set up by the old woman. Whether to cross the river by force, the young man passed. After that, he replaced her and symbolically tested him again. The young man also passed the second test smoothly and generously gave him a sip of wine. Therefore, the old ferryman felt that the overall situation was set and the matter was settled, so he did the young man a small favor and deliberately removed some of the camouflage, revealing a little clue. Since the young man had already been to the river god temple, he should have been aware of it and should have dealt with it appropriately. He would not be calculative about such a trivial matter as a few coins of silver. Who just said, "In Jianghu, you have to puff yourself up at your own cost"? The old woman was furious. She stomped her feet and sank the old ferryman and the ferry to the bottom of the swaying river. The 2 people and the ferry shuttled freely at the bottom of the river. The old woman had recovered her graceful true body. Her ribbons were fluttering, and her beautiful face was worthy of being called a goddess. The old ferryman sighed and felt very sorry for the young man. After Chen Pinggan left the ferry, he began to run. He hated that flying on his sword was too eye-catching. Otherwise, he would have run farther. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine to suppress his shock. Then, he laughed and imitated Pei Qian to walk a few steps, feeling complacent. "I, Chen Pinggan, am an old man in Jianghu." After Chen Pinggan laughed, he felt a burst of fear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he was smart enough. Otherwise, if he counted with his fingers, how many times would he have been beaten to death by Miss Ning? Even if he wasn't beaten to death, the next time they met, he still dared to hope to hug her and kiss her on the mouth. On the other side of the ferry, Jiang Shangzhen's mind was slightly moved. He noticed some signs and decisively returned. At this moment, he stretched out his hand to cover his forehead and murmured, "Chen Pinggan, Brother Chen, Uncle Chen, you are still the best." 487. The old boat continued to hold the wormwood at the bottom of the river. The ferry went straight downstream like a fish, as fast as lightning. In the eyes of ordinary teachers, the turbid water was as clear as fire to the old boat. Moreover, the essence of water was even more pleasing to look at. On the waterway to the temple of the river god, there would occasionally be wandering ghosts. When they saw the old boat, they would take the initiative to kneel down and kowtow. The river god did not plunder wantonly and took all of it into the temple, so it was much less likely for the drowned ghosts to become ghosts who had lost their wisdom. It was also a merit. However, the temple of the Yaohe River had to pay a price for this, which was to slow down the speed of the essence of incense. After accumulating for a long time, there was less than 1 kilogram this year and 8 ounces next year. The essence of incense should have been used to shape and refine the golden body, but the missing portion was quite considerable. In the eyes of other river gods, it was probably that the river god's brain was really damaged. A god of mountains and rivers who lived on the incense of the human world was not a cultivator. The key was that the temple of the Yaohe River only recognized the skeleton beach as its foundation, which was not in the register of mountains and rivers of any dynasty. For this reason, the emperors and vassals of the dynasties who passed by the upstream of the Yaohe River had a very subtle attitude towards the temple built outside their jurisdiction. They did not confer titles or prohibit people from going south to burn incense. They also did not stop people from going south to burn incense. Therefore, the river god Shui Yuansheng, a god of lust who did not belong to the etiquette system of a continent, actually pursued the illusory merit. What was the meaning of planting trees here and blossoming elsewhere? Merit was the most unpredictable thing. If it was in the register of gods, it was equivalent to having evidence. As long as the fate of mountains and rivers was stable, The Ministry of Rites of the imperial court would follow the prescribed order. After inspection, they would confer rewards according to the rules. There were many sequelae. The imperial court of a country would help to resist and eliminate many karma imperceptibly. This was the benefit of a stable harvest. But without that identity, it was hard to say. Once a person made a wish and prayed successfully, who could guarantee that there would not be a mess of karma entanglement behind? The goddess who walked out of the mural was in a bad mood and looked depressed. When it came to their respective great dows, as an old neighbor, Old Boatmaster wasn't in a position to say anything. But his comforting words were just rubbing salt into the wound. The 8 paintings of the heavenly official of the goddess had existed for a long time, even longer than the hemp sect. When the ancestors of the hemp sect first came to the North Continent, it was very difficult. They chose the southernmost point of the continent because they had no choice but to do so. At that time, they had provoked several domineering sword immortals from the north and were unable to establish a foothold. They wanted to stay away from trouble, so they unintentionally unearthed these inexplicable ancient murals. Hence, they regarded the skeleton beach as a place with good feng shui. This was also an important reason. However, the hardships within the hemp sect were not known to outsiders. Old Boat Z had witnessed the establishment of the hemp sect bit by bit. Just by dealing with the nether soldiers and generals of the ancient battlefield, the hemp sect had lost no less than 20 earth immortals. Even 2 of their cultivators in the pure jade realm had died in battle. It could be said that if they had not been ostracized, the hemp sect would have been able to establish a sect in the central part of the North Continent. This was also under the premise that the hemp sect had never had any sword immortals and had never invited any sword immortals to be worshippers. It was actually the first time Old Boatmaster saw the true body of the goddess. In the past, among the 8 heavenly official goddesses, one of the goddesses was called Chuanguan. She could travel far in dreams, similar to the yin spirit of a grand cultivator. Moreover, she could ignore many restrictions and use this to communicate with human cultivators. In the early years, this goddess had visited the swaying river temple. However, not long after, the goddess, Chuanguan, like Changzhu and Zhong Khan, chose the person she wanted to serve and left the skeleton beach. At that time, both sides secretly agreed that Old Boatmaster would help them set up 1 or 2 symbolic tests. As a reward, they were willing to help 3 times when the swaying river temple was in danger. After that, Bao Gari and Ling Ji also left the city of murals one after another. After more than 500 years, the 3 murals fell into silence. The swaying river temple had already used up 2 chances to pass through the crisis. Therefore, Old Boatmaster was so attentive, hoping that a new opportunity would fall on the heads of mortals or cultivators. Old Boatmaster was happy to see it happen. In the past 1,000 years, the situation had changed. Out of the 5 goddesses in the murals, 1 died in battle for their master, and 2 chose to die with their master. Only Goddess Zhong Khan, who was commonly known as the Celestial Staff, and Goddess Chuanguan, who had disappeared for unknown reasons. Among them, the shabby scholar chosen by the former was now a cultivator at the peak of a continent in the celestial realm. He was also one of the few cultivators who had achieved Dao other than sword cultivators in the team of sword cultivators who went to the inverted hanging mountain. At that moment, the goddess who was riding the ferry wasn't accompanied by the 7-colored deer in the painting. It was probably because of this that the murals did not fade. Otherwise, Old Boatmaster would be so embarrassed that he would not be able to show his face. After waiting for a long time, he finally found a person who would accompany him through life and death. In the end, that person did not have the slightest bit of foresight. Not only did he not pass that sesame-sized test, he even ran away as quickly as possible. If the murals in the City of Murals became a white painting scroll, wouldn't it make the goddess seem like she had no home to return to? What was the difference between this and the drowned ghosts in the swaying river and the many wandering yin spirits in the haunted valley? As for the true roots of these 8 goddesses, even Old Boatmaster, who was the river god of this place, still did not know. Unsurprisingly, the cultivators of the linen sect also knew very little. It was very likely that the remaining 3 old ancestors only knew bits and pieces. The strangest thing was that in the past, the spring official goddess had a secret meeting with Old Boatmaster. She confessed that they had no memories and had been in a deep sleep for an unknown period of time. It was only when the cultivators of the Linen sect opened up their cave dwelling and activated the array formation that they woke up. The 8 murals seemed to each occupy an area of the city of murals, but they were actually connected as one. According to the cultivators of that time, it was a fragmented mystic realm. Based on the mountains, rivers, buildings, flowers, ancient trees, books, and other relics, they had tried to follow the clues and find out their origins. Unfortunately, it was like a heavenly moat that spanned across the land. There were layers upon layers of fog that could not be unraveled. As they approached the river god temple, Old Boatmaster couldn't help but sigh. The goddess standing on the other side of the ferry also faintly sighed. It was especially sentimental, as if it was the sound of nature that did not exist in the mortal world. Old Boatmaster couldn't help but complain about that young man. Just what was he thinking? Previously, he had secretly observed him and found him to be quite clever. He also respected the rules and did not seem like a stingy person. So why did he start to act so foolishly when his fortune was right in front of him? Was it really something that should not have existed in his life and could not be grasped when it was in his hands? But that didn't seem right either. If he was able to gain the favor of the goddess and leave the painting, that in itself explained a great deal. The goddess turned her head and glanced over. That male cultivator who was standing on the riverbank, could he be one of the 3 old ancestors of the Linen sect? Old Boatmaster shook his head. I recognize the 3 old ancestors on the mountain. Even if they leave the mountain and show themselves, they aren't heroic characters who like to play tricks. The goddess thought for a moment. Looking at his bearing, I do remember a sister who took a liking to someone in her early years. He was a young golden core cultivator from outside the city, and her heart was almost moved by him. But his disposition was too heartless. If she followed him, she wouldn't be able to endure any hardship or anger. Old Boatmaster was stunned for a moment. He asked about the approximate time. After obtaining the answer, Old Boatmaster felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, it couldn't be that pervert surnamed Jiang, right? That's a rotten bastard. Unexpectedly, the goddess nodded and said, it seems that his surname is indeed Jiang. At that time, the young man's tone was quite arrogant. He said that one day, even if the fairy sisters looked down on him, he would take away all 8 paintings whether they were at home or not. He would worship them so that he could eat and drink in front of the paintings every day. However, although this person's words were frivolous, his state of mind was extraordinary. Old Boatmaster was puzzled. That fellow was a romantic in the past, so how did he become so heartless and boring? The goddess shook her head. Our method of observing people directly points at their nature. Not only is it different from cultivators, but it's also different from you mountain and river gods. This is a supernatural ability that we are born with. In fact, we don't think that it's a good thing. At first glance, we see turbid hearts, dirty thoughts, caves crawling with snakes and scorpions, or bewitching creatures with human heads and monster bodies. There are many ugly scenes that are unbearable to look at. So, we often deliberately sleep. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't feel troubled. This way, if we suddenly wake up one day, we will know that our opportunity has arrived. Only then will we open our eyes and look. Old Boatmaster praised, the boundless world is extraordinary. The deer-riding goddess suddenly turned her head to look at the mural city. She squinted her eyes and her expression was cold. This fellow dares to trespass into the mansion. Old Boatmaster was expressionless. He thought that there was no need to guess. It must be the notorious Jiang Shangzhen. Over at the mural city, a large number of lanterns made with secret craftsmanship on the mountain suddenly went out. The lanterns that were supposed to be lit forever and needed to be changed once every 100 years had a problem. Naturally, it caused panic. Once the great cultivators fought here and damaged the foundation of the Linen sect's mountain river formation, then the mural city would collapse. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, A few of the linen sect's ancestral hall's direct disciples who were responsible for looking after the 3 murals flew into the air. They looked at the chaotic scene and tried to find the culprit. Once they determined that there was a cultivator who destroyed the mural city and was waiting for an opportunity to steal the murals, they had the right to execute the culprit on the spot. Near one of the murals of the goddess, when the linen sect's guarding cultivator was distracted to look into the distance, a wisp of green smoke first climbed up the wall and slithered like a spirit snake. Then, it instantly entered the mural. It used some unknown method to directly break through the celestial spell restriction of the mural itself. It flashed and disappeared like raindrops falling into a lake. The movement was subtle, but it still made the linen sect's earth immortal cultivator frown. He turned his head to look, but he did not find any clues. He was still worried. He excused himself from the mural goddess and flew into the air. He came to a place 10 feet away from the mural and used the linen sect's unique magic. A pair of pale golden eyes scanned the entire mural so as not to miss any clues. However, after checking it twice, he still did not find any abnormalities. The ancient mural in front of him was one of the 3 remaining blessings in the city of murals. It was one of the most important mural of the 8 female officials of the heavenly court. In the secret archives of the linen sect, the goddess depicted in the mural was riding on a 7-colored deer. She carried a wooden sword with the seal script Swift Wind on the side of the sword. Her status was revered and she was ranked 2nd. However, her importance was above the goddess that was commonly known as the Celestial Staff but was actually named Jean Khan by the linen sect. Therefore, the linen sect sent an earth immortal of the Jindan realm who had the potential to enter the upper 5 states to supervise this place. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't find the answer, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the shop beside the swift lightning goddess in the city of murals. He used the sound of ripples in his heart to tell the young man to immediately return to the ancestral mountain of the linen sect and inform the ancestral hall that there was something strange about the deer-riding goddess. They must invite an old ancestor to personally inspect this place. Although the young man had previously gone down the mountain to help his childhood sweetheart do business and wasn't very enlightened, his state of mind was extremely stable when he encountered a major event. After bidding farewell to the young girl, he walked out of the shop. With a solemn expression, he formed a seal with 2 fingers and lightly stamped his feet. Immediately, a woman of the land under the jurisdiction of the linen sect broke out of the ground. It was actually a beautiful young girl. She raised her arms high and held a sheathless ancient sword with awe-inspiring sword chi. However, from the moment she left the underground palace of the linen sect to the moment she appeared with the sword in her hand and respectfully handed over the ancient sword that had to be sharpened underground all year round, this pretty landlady had used a camouflage technique. No one below the earth immortal could see her. The young man thanked her and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle touch, the ancient sword trembled and broke through the air. The young man stepped on the sword, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at the mural. The top of the city was almost in a straight line. The thick layer of soil supported by the mountain and river formation didn't hinder the young man's sword at all. 1 man and 1 sword rushed into the sky, breaking through the sea of clouds that was like a white jade belt of the ancestral mountain of the linen sect in one go and flew towards the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator landed back on the ground and stroked his beard with a smile. Although this little martial nephew wasn't from the same branch as him in the ancestral hall, everyone in the sect thought highly of and liked him. The linen sect had a lot of rigid rules. For example, except for a few people, the rest of the cultivators had to start climbing the mountain on foot at the sword pavilion halfway up the mountain. Even if the sky was about to collapse, they had to walk obediently. And this young man who had been secretly recognized as the master of the half-immortal weapon since childhood was one of the exceptions. It wasn't that the middle-aged cultivator couldn't send a flying sword message back to the ancestral hall, but there were many inside stories. Even the young man himself was unaware of it. This was also the mystery of cultivating on the mountain. What you know is what you don't know. If someone else pointed it out, it would seem that he knew, and the opportunity that could have been in his hands would run away. Therefore, it was best to let the young man report this matter and let him bear more karma. Although he might not succeed, at least it wouldn't be a bad thing. Although the linen sect was magnanimous and didn't mind outsiders taking away the fortune of the 8 goddess portraits, the young man was the most likely person to seize the opportunity of the great Tao in the mural city since the establishment of the sect. Back then, when the linen sect was building the mountain and river formation, hundreds of mountain-splitting puppet soldiers were deployed. There were also dozens of mountain-moving apes and mountain dogs. They almost turned the mural city upside down, and so many great cultivators who left their names in the ancestral records of the linen sect couldn't find the ancient sword left behind by the sect's founder. And this half-immortal weapon was said to be inextricably linked to the deer-riding goddess. Therefore, the linen sect had to fight for the opportunity of the mural city. If they didn't take it, they would be punished. Above the sea of clouds, the young man rode his sword and went straight to the ancestral hall. Of the 3 ancestral masters of the linen sect, one was in seclusion, while the other was stationed in the Ghost Valley, continuing to expand the territory. The only ancestral master who was in charge of guarding the mountain stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall and asked with a smile, "Lanchi, why are you in such a hurry? Is there a problem in the mural city?" The young man with the sword repeated what the Golden Core senior brother said. The old ancestral master frowned. "Is it the deer-riding goddess portrait?" The young man nodded. The old ancestral master grabbed the young man's shoulder and instantly arrived at the mural city. He first sent the young man to the shop, and then came to the mural scroll alone. The old man's expression was solemn. The middle-aged Golden Core cultivator realized the seriousness of the situation. It was beyond his imagination. The old ancestral master sneered, "Good fellow, to be able to silently break the double restriction of the 2 sects and enter the secret realm." The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed slightly. The old man waved his hand, "Be careful, it's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Go and protect Lanchi. Don't be too nervous. After all, it's our territory. I have to return to the ancestral hall. According to the rules, burn incense and knock on the door." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and went to the shop. At the shop, the young girl asked quietly, "What's going on?" The young man smiled, "I went to the ancestral hall." The middle-aged cultivator walked into the shop. The young man was puzzled. "Senior brother Yang, why are you here?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled, just looking around. The young man in front of him was only in the cave-dwelling realm, but he was his junior brother. His name was Pang Lanchi. The young man's grandfather was a guest elder of the hemp sect, and he was the chief writer of all the goddess portraits in the shop. The talented Pang Lanchi was a sword immortal that had never appeared in the hemp sect before. He was also one of the 3 ancestral masters of the hemp sect, and at the same time, his last disciple. This ancestral master, who was known as one of the top 10 most lethal forces in the south of the North Continent, once swore in the ancestral hall that he would only take 1 disciple in his life. Therefore, when the ancestral master took the young Pang Lanchi as his disciple, it should have been a joyous occasion. However, the eccentric ancestral master did not want the hemp sect to announce it. He only said 1 sentence that was very suitable for the ancestral master's temperament: "Don't worry. Wait until my disciple enters the Golden Core realm. It won't take a few years anyway." The middle-aged cultivator looked at the carefree Pang Lanchi and smiled bitterly in his heart. "Junior brother, this is a crucial moment for your Tao." In a secret realm that looked like a celestial palace, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He staggered, shook his sleeves, and said with a smile, "Finally, I got what I wanted. I can come here and see the peerless beauty of the fairy sisters." He called softly, "Hey, is anyone here?" He strolled slowly and looked around, admiring the celestial scenery. Suddenly, he raised his hand and covered his eyes, muttering, "This is the boudoir of the fairy sisters. I don't want to see anything I shouldn't see." North of the Skeleton Beach, a young female Taoist priest left the mountain of a sect that was beginning to take shape. She was the youngest immortal sect leader in the history of the North Continent. She steered an immortal ferry given to her by her senior brother, the Lord of Heaven, and headed south at top speed. As an immortal supreme treasure, the drifting cloud boat was faster than a cross-continent ferry. It could travel between two clouds thousands of miles away from each other. It was like a cultivator performing a space-shrinking spell. It flashed past silently. As for the border of the Ghost Valley at the Skeleton Beach, a young swordsman wearing a bamboo hat bought a thick book that explained the things to look out for in the Ghost Valley. The book recorded in detail many taboos and dangerous places. He sat by the side, basking in the sun, and slowly flipped through the book. He was not in a hurry to pay the toll and enter the Ghost Valley to gain experience. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. The winter day was warm and the young man looked up at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The weather was really good. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. .488. Although the immortal mystic realm that Jiang Shangzhen visited didn't have the name of a cave, it was better than one. Here, there were bejeweled buildings, exotic flowers, and strange grasses. The spirit qi was abundant like mist, and every step made people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Shangzhen clicked his tongue in wonder. He believed that he had seen a lot of the world, and he owned the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land. When he went to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to waste his time, it was only to help his good friend solve the knot in his heart. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to relax. There weren't many cultivators like Jiang Shangzhen who cultivated leisurely like clouds and wild cranes. Jiang Shangzhen didn't think much of it, but out of curiosity, he still asked the old sect master Zun Yuan about the secrets of the hemp sect and the city of murals after returning to the Jade Gui sect in the Tongye continent. In Jiang Shangzhen's words, it was to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. Back then, Zun Yuan even made a special trip to the central divine continent's Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven to see the celestial face of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. In the end, he lingered around the Green Immortal Mountain and was reluctant to leave. In the end, he didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain and almost missed the great event of inheriting the position of the sect master. It was said that when Zun Yuan returned to the back mountain of the sect, the old sect master, whose body and mind were already like rotten wood, was about to die. However, he still took a deep breath and scolded his disciple Zun Yuan. He was so angry that he even threw the sect master's token on the ground. Of course, these were all rumors. After all, other than the old sect master and Zun Yuan, there were only a few old Jade Gui sect ancestors who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs. The old cultivators of the Jade Gui sect all took it as a beautiful story for their disciples to hear. However, Jiang Shangzhen felt that the rumors should be true based on the similar temperament of the master and disciple. Perhaps one of the reasons why the old sect master was so angry was that Zun Yuan didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen put down his pretentious hands and walked with his back behind his back. He sighed when he thought of some secrets that would only be spread in a small circle on the mountain peak. Looking at the beautiful scenery here, he felt a little sorry for those fairy sisters. The sect master Zun Yuan once said that the hemp sect chose the Skeleton Beach as the place to open the mountain. The opportunity of the goddess of the 8 murals was the most important. Perhaps, from the beginning, he had decided to establish the sect in the southernmost part of the continent. The so-called hostility with the native sword immortals of the North Continent was just a convenient way to deceive others and was forced to choose the southernmost location. In his life, Zun Yuan had read many secret files passed down from generation to generation by the top celestial families of the central region, especially the records of the ancient families of the Confucian school. Zun Yuan speculated that the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses were somewhat similar to the imperial censors and the 6 subjects in the officialdom of the human world. They patrolled the world and were specifically responsible for supervising the deities of the Thunder Department, the Count of Wind, and the Lord of Rain in the ancient heavenly court to prevent the deities of a certain department from abusing their authority. Therefore, the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses who were sealed in the murals by some ancient great cultivators were once low-ranking and powerful positions in the ancient heavenly court. The celestial court was shattered, and the divine path collapsed. The ancient saints of merit and virtue created a world with a different pattern. Those ancient gods who were lucky enough to survive were almost all exiled and confined in several unknown mountaintops. They atoned for their sins with their merits and helped the human world to adjust the weather and balance the fire and water. It was said that there was a hall in Junwu Mountain in the ancestral court of the military school of the Aquarius continent, and the ancestral hall of the Wind Snow Temple. People could directly communicate with some ancient gods. Even the Confucian temple did not prohibit this. On the contrary, the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent and the Yunlin Jiang family, who had several great Zhu ancestors, did not have this privilege. Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves. The Reiki here was so abundant that it was shocking. At this moment, he felt like he was walking on a mountain path after the rain. Jiang Shangzhen thought that cultivators below the Ascendant Realm, including himself, would benefit greatly as long as they could cultivate here. As for the cultivators of the Ascendant Realm, the thickness of the Reiki here was not the most important thing. Jiang Shangzhen raised his arm and sniffed his sleeves. It's so refreshing. It should be the fragrance of the fairy sisters. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and raised his head. In the distance, there was a mansion with a plaque with blurry golden words on it. The spiritual aura was particularly dense. Celestial mist lingered around the waist of a goddess standing at the gate, rising and falling. The flash of lightning hanging on the goddess' waist could be faintly seen. There was another fairy sitting on the ridge. Her fingers were twirling gently. An exquisite and lovely auspicious cloud hovered around like a snow-white sparrow. She looked down at Jiang Shangzhen with a faint smile. The fairy lady sneered, "How dare you travel here with only your yin spirit with the cultivation of the jade primitive realm?" The fairy lady Xingyu sitting on the roof smiled, "No wonder you can hide from everyone and quietly break the Linen sect's mountain formation and our immortal palace's restriction." Jiang Shangzhen bowed, "Sister Guanyin, Sister Xingyu, after so many years, I, Jiang Shangzhen, am able to meet you again. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes." The fairy lady Guanyin had purple lightning lingering around her sleeves. It was obvious that this person was glib-tongued. Even if he was just moving his lips and his heart was as calm as water, it still made her unhappy. The fairy lady Xingyu asked, "Outside the Mural City, we have an agreement with the Linen sect. It's not good to see too much. Did your real body go to find our sister?" As they were talking, there was a 7-colored elk jumping on the ridge of the houses in the distance. It was agile and mystical. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and focused his gaze on the 7-colored elk. He asked curiously, "I heard that the fairy He Xiaoyong from the Shunyaro sect in the Aquarius continent was the most blessed in the continent. Now, she has even established a sect in our Julu continent. She always has a fairy deer by her side. I wonder if that deer is related to this one?" The fairy lady Guanyin was a little impatient. "You vulgar person, quickly leave the immortal palace." Jiang Shangzhen looked solemn and said seriously, "If the 2 sisters are tired of me, just beat me and scold me. I won't fight back. However, if the Linen sect's cultivator comes to chase me away, I, Jiang Shangzhen, don't have much ability. I just have a bit of strength of character, so I won't leave." The fairy lady Guanyin's body suddenly burst with lightning. Her clothes fluttered as if she was wearing a purple fairy dress. It could be seen that she had already planned to do it herself without the Linen sect's ancestor burning incense and knocking on the door to enter this place. According to the agreement, no one was allowed to disturb their cultivation. However, the fairy lady Xingyu with a slender figure and a cloud hairstyle slowly stood up and floated beside the fairy lady Guanyin. She had a graceful figure and said softly, "Wait for sister to come back." The fairy lady Guanyin was far less graceful than the fairy lady Xingyu. Although she was reluctant, she still wanted to teach this sweet-talking lecher a lesson. So what if he was a cultivator in the pure jade realm? His yin spirit came alone and he was in his own immortal palace. At most, his cultivation level was in the nascent soul realm. Not to mention that both of them were here, even if she was alone, she could easily drive him out. However, the fairy lady Xingyu gently pulled the fairy lady Guanyin's sleeve. The latter restrained herself and the purple lightning slowly flowed into the ancient traveling inkstone at her waist. Outside the mural, there were 3 knocks on the door. Inside the immortal palace's secret realm, It was as heavy as the sound of a deity beating a drum. The fairy lady Xingyu looked up and said softly, "Celestial Master Guokai, long time no see." Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and looked up. In the sea of clouds, a pair of huge embroidered shoes stepped through the sea of clouds. When the Celestial Master's real body landed on the ground, she had already returned to her normal height. She was an average-looking woman. She was not tall, but she had a domineering aura. There was a Dharma saber hanging on her waist. The handle of the saber was in the style of a black dragon holding a pearl. Even Jiang Shangzhen had a headache. This woman did not look good and her temper was really bad. He had suffered in her hands before. At that time, both of them were earth immortals in the golden elixir realm. This female cultivator only believed a little rumor about him and crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to hunt him down for half a year. During that time, they had fought 3 times. Jiang Shangzhen could not really kill her. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, her identity was special. She was the only daughter of the Drape sect's leader. Jiang Shangzhen did not want to be blocked by a bunch of brainless people on his way back home. Therefore, it was rare for Jiang Shangzhen to suffer in the North Continent. Now, this celestial master Guokai was the leader of the Drape sect. She had stumbled and barely made it to the pure jade realm. Her future was not too bright. However, she had no choice. The Drape sect had always chosen the leader without much emphasis on cultivation. Usually, the most stubborn and daring person would be the leader. Therefore, the main reason why Jiang Shangzhen followed Chen Pinggan to the Skeleton Beach and did not want to stay was because of this celestial master Guokai, whom he had given the nickname Short Tigress in his early years. However, he was a little surprised. This female cultivator was supposed to be fighting in the Ghost Valley. If the pure jade realm cultivator from the ancestral hall was here, Jiang Shangzhen would not panic at all. In terms of catching and killing, Jiang Shangzhen did not think that he was outstanding in the whole world. Even in the Tongye continent, which was the same as the North continent, there were sayings that a willow leaf can kill an earth immortal and it is better to have a feud with the Jade Gui sect than to be remembered by Jiang Shangzhen. In fact, Jiang Shangzhen never took it seriously. However, when it came to escaping, Jiang Shangzhen was not boasting. He sincerely felt that he had some talent and ability. When he was in his Yunku blessed land, he set up a death trap for a certain ancestor of his sect and the rebels in the blessed land, but Jiang Shangzhen still managed to escape. After he left the Yunku blessed land, the Jade Gui sect and the blessed land quickly ushered in 2 bloody purges. The old man Zun Yuan was at his side. As for the blessed land controlled by the Jiang family, it was even more tragic. All the cultivators in the blessed land who were already earth immortals and had the potential to become earth immortals were directly opened by Jiang Shangzhen and his men. They killed their way through the blessed land. Even at the cost of the Jiang family's heavy losses, they still decisively wiped them all out. One had to know that Jiang Shangzhen had a catchphrase that was widely circulated in the Tongyi continent. Love between a man and a woman must last for a long time. But the hatred of the previous night was like the meal the previous night. If it didn't taste good, even if he had to eat tea, he would eat a mouthful of it while it was still warm. Immortal Guokai placed his hand on the hilt of his saber and stared at the distinguished guest who had come from afar. He said with a smile, "Since you've walked right into my trap, don't blame me for closing the door and beating the dog." Jiang Shangzhen blinked as if he couldn't recognize Immortal Guokai after a while. He suddenly realized something and said, "Are you Quan? How did you grow up to be so beautiful?" Quan, if you ascend to the immortal realm one day, and you don't make any big changes, you only need to change your appearance slightly. Wouldn't that make my dog eyes pop out? The woman narrowed her eyes and put one hand on the saber while the other hand reached out. She said with a fake smile, "I'll allow you to say some last words." Jiang Shangzhen looked at the female cultivator in a daze. Sure enough, Quan is different from those ordinary women who only have looks. To be honest, although Quan's beauty isn't the most outstanding in the world, it was so in the past, and it's even more so now. As long as a man sees you, he will never forget you. The woman chuckled and said, these words sound familiar. Do you still remember Gao Liu from the Thunderpool sect? She was one of the most beautiful women in the central part of the North Continent. Until now, she still doesn't have a daoist partner. She once mentioned you to me in private. Especially the words you used, she engraved them in her heart. Many years have passed, but she still can't forget. Jiang Shangzhen, after so many years, your realm has improved a lot. But why didn't your eloquence improve at all? You've disappointed me. Jiang Shangzhen looked calm and said with a smile, it's indeed my fault. All these years, I've only focused on cultivation and neglected my basic skills. Quan you're still the most sincere to me. I'll work harder for you in the future. The goddess of Guanyin sneered and said, how did such a person live until today? The goddess of rain said, later, you can help immortal Guokai, I won't stop you. Jiang Shangzhen looked around and said, this is really the scene under the peony flower. The goddess of rain's expression suddenly became serious. She held her breath and stared at a certain spot. The goddess of Guanyin looked like she was facing a great enemy. She signaled immortal Guokai from the Drape sect to wait for a moment. In the mural city, a young woman from the Lion Peak stood under a goddess painting. She reached out and said calmly with her mind, still not coming out? Almost at the same time, the goddess of Guanyin was also shocked. She looked at another place. A man who was traveling far away in the North Continent was looking up at her. He looked tired, but he had a telepathic connection. He smiled at the goddess of the painting and said, I've been missing you day and night. I can't see you every night. Finally, I've found you. And beside the swaying river temple, the deer-riding goddess and Jiang Shangzhen's true body were walking side by side. Then, a drifting clouds boat rapidly descended, and a female sect leader walked out. After seeing her, the deer-riding goddess' state of mind seemed to have been brushed away. Although she still didn't understand the reason, she was incomparably certain that this young female sect leader with a grand aura before her eyes was the true master she should serve. Beside the swaying river, the beautiful young female sect leader looked at Jiang Shangzhen and frowned. Are you his protector? This question was very abrupt. But Jiang Shangzhen instantly understood. Some results were true and the process was crooked. Although he wasn't clear about it, it didn't matter. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, no, I wouldn't dare. The deer-riding goddess said something that was full of murderous intent. Just now, this person's words were vague. The general idea was still to persuade me to follow that young wanderer. He has ulterior motives and almost ruined my fate with Master. Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin and said bitterly, it seems that the North Continent doesn't welcome me. It's time to run. The deer-riding goddess suddenly looked gloomy and said softly, Master, it seems that my two sisters' fate has come. I didn't expect that they would have to go their separate ways in just one day. The young female sect leader didn't care about this. She, who had rushed here covered in dust, frowned and hesitated for the first time. It was only at this moment that Jiang Shangzhen started to feel surprised. This was because he had already guessed the identity of the female sect leader in front of him and wanted to kill her. Jiang Shangzhen was most familiar with the love between men and women on the mountain. Beating was a form of intimacy and scolding was love. Those who were willing to kill her were those who were deeply in love with her and couldn't extricate themselves from it. The young female sect leader ignored Jiang Shangzhen and said to the deer-riding goddess with a smile, let's go to the capital of White Bones in the Ghost Valley. The deer-riding goddess reminded her softly, Master, you've just entered the pure jade state. Your state hasn't stabilized yet. It might be a little inappropriate. The young female sect leader shook her head and said, it's okay. This is a small matter. She had something important to do. She set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. (489) At the entrance of the Ghost Valley, there was a row of huge archways. The one at the front was an astonishing 5 rooms, 6 pillars, and 11 floors. The walls were inlaid with precious yellow and green glazed bricks. Every dragon pillar was engraved with the demon subduing diagrams of the previous generations of the Linen sect's ancestors. The inscribed board read, magnificent and wondrous. Cultivators and pure martial artists usually had excellent eyesight. However, when Chen Pinggan looked at the archway, he couldn't see the end of the road at all. Moreover, it didn't seem to be because of a trick. However, compared to the door that connected the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the mysteries of the archway didn't surprise Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan casually sat near the archway and flipped through the book for more than 2 hours. Because he read very carefully, he didn't want to miss any details. After reading less than half of the book, he planned to rest in the market in not far away and make plans tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry to visit the border scenery of the Ghost Valley or enter the Ghost Valley through the row of archways to gain experience in the depths of the Ghost Valley. Chen Pinggan put away the book and walked towards the prosperous market. This was rented by the Linen sect to a cultivator from a small sect in the Skeleton Beach to manage. Many of the businesses were like this. The cultivators of the Linen sect didn't personally participate in the management. After all, the Linen sect had less than 200 people and they had a large business. If they did everything by themselves, it would delay their cultivation. However, the Yuanian cultivator surnamed Su oversaw the cross-continent ferry and the Jindan cultivator surnamed Yang was responsible for patrolling the Mural City. These two matters were related to the face and inner workings of the Linen sect. The current Luorpa mountain already had the embryonic form of a mountain mansion. Zhu Lian and Shi Ru were like internal and external stewards respectively. One was in charge of general affairs on the mountain, and the other was in charge of business at the Riding Dragon Alley. It was only when he truly left Longquan County that Chen Pinggan would look back and think about it again and again when he occasionally practiced his fist on the cross-continent ferry. Only then did he feel that this place was very interesting. Of the two people who seemed to be in charge, one was actually a martial artist at the remote travel realm, while the other was a female ghost dressed in the remains of an immortal. Who could have imagined this? Before Chen Pinggan left Luorpa Mountain, he had already informed Zhu Lian that he would not easily send a flying sword message back to Oxhorn Mountain. Furthermore, the two flying swords hidden in the small sword tomb could not cross continents. Therefore, this trip to the North Continent was a true solo trip without any worries. After all, the current Luo Po mountain was very stable. The one who should be afraid was someone else. Chen Pinggan walked on the road. He adjusted his bamboo hat and smiled to himself. It was time for his bag shop to earn some money. The Skeleton Beach was a place where there was no need to talk about Confucian etiquette. The small bazaar did not have a name. It was commonly known as the Gate of Helplessness by the locals. After getting used to it, people would recognize it. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, the streets and alleys of the bazaar still appeared gloomy and cold. According to the book Rest Assured collection, this was because the gloomy aura in the Ghost Valley was leaking out. Therefore, people with weak bodies should not go near it. However, the gloomy aura that sounded very scary was clearly recorded in the book. It had already been refined by the mountain and rivers formation of the Drapo sect. It was relatively pure and uniform. To a certain extent, it was suitable for cultivators to absorb directly. Therefore, as long as Qi refinement warriors flew in the air and looked around, they would realize that not only around the bazaar, but also along the entire border of the Ghost Valley, there were many Qi refinement warriors building thatches and cultivating dao. Elegant but not shabby thatches were scattered all over the place. These thatches were built by the Drapo sect cultivators who were good at feng shui. They specially hired people to build them at the spring where the gloomy aura was strong. Moreover, every thatch had a praying mat secretly made by the San Lang Temple. Cultivators could rent a thatch house for a short period of time. Those who were rich could also buy it all. The Rest Assured collection listed the detailed prices and clearly marked the prices. This was probably how the Drapo sect made money. He would have to learn from them when he went to Luo Po Mountain in the future. After Chen Pinggan entered the market, he wandered around and found that almost all the shops were selling white bones that were as translucent as jade. This was a type of acquired spirit treasure that was introduced in detail in the Rest Assured collection. It was quite rare. In the beginning, the Ghost Valley was a place where many ghosts that were born in the ruins of the ancient battlefield gathered. Half of them were driven here by the Drapo sect cultivators at great cost, lest they wreak havoc on the entire skeleton beach. Later on, some of these otherworldly items were like chi refinement warriors. Under various coincidences, they evolved into heroic spirits that were like the gods of mountains and rivers. Most of them became violent ghosts that ran amok. As time went by, powerful ghosts that specialized in feeding on ghosts appeared. The two sides fought and killed each other. The souls of the defeated were scattered and turned into the yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They had lost the chance to reincarnate. The piles of white bones of different grades were scattered everywhere. Usually, they would be collected and stored by the victors as trophies. Inside the Ghost Valley, ever since Chi cultivators and pure martial artists entered the Ghost Mu Valley, these jade-white skeletons had become quite a good prize. Many of the merchants on the mountain came here to buy the white bones that were extremely pure after being refined by the yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They were excellent materials for refining many kinds of yin artifacts. Chen Pinggan finally walked into the biggest shop in the market. There were many tourists and it was crowded. They were all looking at the treasure of the shop that was sealed in a glass cabinet. It was the skeleton of the ghost of a destroyed city lord in the Ghost Valley. It was 10 feet tall and in the glass cabinet, it was deliberately placed in a sitting position by the shop. Its hands were clenched into fists and placed on its knees. It was looking into the distance. Even if it was completely dead, it still had the arrogance of an overlord. This white skeleton was covered with natural silver lines that were intertwined and dense, and the brilliance was flowing. It was said that the owner of this skeleton was a heroic spirit that was equivalent to an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. He was arrogant and unruly. He led 8,000 ghosts under his command and declared himself king. He waged war everywhere and had many conflicts with the master of the Ghost Valley who was at the Jade Realm. However, there was no record of the fall of this heroic spirit in the Rest Assured collection. According to the young shop assistant who was spitting saliva in the shop, his shopkeeper had met a northern sword immortal who was hiding his strength. He deliberately presented himself as a sword cultivator of the cave realm. The shopkeeper was congenial with him and treated him with respect. In the end, after the sword immortal went to the Ghost Valley, he brought out this priceless white bone and directly gave it to the shop. He said that it was the money for the drinks that he had previously bought on credit. He did not leave his real name and left. In other places, Chen Pinggan would definitely not believe such a ridiculous story. However, in the North Continent, Chen Pinggan was skeptical. This white skeleton of a heroic spirit that looked like the golden branches and jade leaves of an earth immortal was worthy of being called a top-grade magic weapon. The shop assistant said that under normal circumstances, it was not for sale. However, if one was sincere, they could negotiate. However, the shop assistant made it clear that if one did not have 40 to 50 grains of grain rain money in their pockets, they should not mention it, lest both parties waste their saliva. Even with such a sky-high price, Chen Pinggan still found that there were a few groups of people in the shop who were eager to give it a try. Chen Pinggan did not join in the fun. After leaving the shop, he found an inn. The room was not luxurious, but it was clean and refreshing. Similar to the tea stall at the Swaying River, gold and silver were not accepted. A grain of snow cost money and could be stayed for 3 days without food and drinks. If it was a secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, even if it was the capital of Dali, which was full of rich merchants, if an inn the size of a snail shell charged more than 300 taels of silver a day, one would probably drown in saliva. Chen Pinggan took off his bamboo hat and the sword immortal behind him. He continued to read the Rest Assured collection that made him feel more and more uneasy. The Skeleton Beach was one of the top 10 ancient battlefields in the North Continent. The Ghost Valley was even more special. It was a place with a vortex of time, forming a small world like the underworld. Its territory was no smaller than the Skeleton Beach in the world of the living. Among them, there was a huge heroic spirit whose cultivation level was equivalent to that of the Jade Realm. It was the first to stand out, gathering tens of thousands of Yin soldiers and Yin generals, building the famous skeleton Jingguan city. It was like the capital of a dynasty. There were dozens of cities around it, big and small. Half of them were attached to the Jingguan city, while the other half were operated and created by some ghosts with high cultivation level. They were in confrontation with the Jingguan city from afar. They were unwilling to live under someone else's roof and became vassals. In the past 1,000 years, the ghosts in the Ghost Valley became fewer and fewer, but they also became stronger. In history, the otherworldly items in the Ghost Valley had tried to break through the boundary twice. They wanted to go out and plunder the Skeleton Beach. It would be best if they could go up the swaying Hebei and devour 2 countries along the way in one go. Then, they would kidnap living people and bring them back to the Ghost Valley. They would use sinister secret techniques to create new otherworldly items and strengthen their army. Fortunately, they were stopped by the cultivators of the Linen sect. However, the Linen sect's vitality was greatly damaged, and their reputation fell from the peak to the bottom. From the time the Linen sect gained a firm foothold in the North Continent to the time they expanded their territory, it could be said that everything went wrong. However, the North Continent had a deep foundation. It could be seen that the Linen sect alone had 3 ancestors of the Jade Realm in the Skeleton Beach, and the Ghost Valley also had one. On the other hand, in the Eastern Aquarius continent, if one did not mention the group of experts who secretly infiltrated the continent, the number of cultivators who were born and raised in the Aquarius continent could be counted on one's fingers. However, regarding this matter, Kui Dongshan had already reminded them that the Aquarius continent's territory was less than 30% of the North Continent's. The number of Jade Realm cultivators in the Aquarius continent was very few, and they could not be compared to the other continents. However, as long as the cultivators in the Aquarius continent were in the upper 5 realms, they were not easy to deal with. For example, the Liu Larocheng of the Calligraphy Lake and the Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple were all eccentric existences who had a share of the continent's fate. If they were to fight with cultivators of the same realm in the North Continent or the Tongya continent, especially those who lived like princes, Liu Larocheng and Wei Jin had a high chance of winning. Once the Qi cultivators and martial artists chose to enter the valley to train, it was equivalent to signing a life and death contract with the Linen sect. Whether they were rich or dead, it was all based on their ability and luck. If they earned a windfall, the Linen sect would not be jealous or coveted, and would not accept a single cent more. If they died in the Ghost Valley, they would not be able to transcend, and they would not be able to blame anyone else. This was an unwritten rule. In history, there were immortal mansions that were distressed over the premature death of their proud disciples. After the incident, they would call their friends and come to the Skeleton Beach to argue with the Linen sect. They wanted to denounce them and also wanted some compensation from the Linen sect. The Linen sect's cultivators never explained a word. When they came, they would set up a table at the entrance of the mountain, serve a cup of gloomy tea, and then start fighting. Either the other party would fight to the ancestral hall, or they would beat the other party until they handed over all their treasures and immortal money. Then, they would throw them into the Swaying River and swim back to their hometown in the north. Therefore, the Swaying River had another name, the Dumpling River. It had been used to make dumplings several times. However, the hemp sect would not think that outsiders who came to cultivate here would die inside. The Rest Assured collection had clearly marked 3 routes to the north, recommending Qi refinement warriors and martial artists to carefully weigh their own realms. In the beginning, they would first search for wandering souls and wild ghosts. Then, at most, they would have to deal with a few cities that were not very powerful. In the end, if they were bold and skilled, they would go to a few cities in the hinterland to try their luck. The book clearly recorded the realms of all the Earth Immortal Spirit Ghost Kings in the Ghost Valley, the spells they were good at, the magic weapons they had, and their trump cards. Moreover, the Linen sect cultivators had built 2 small towns in the Ghost Valley. The sect master, Immortal Master Guokai, personally guarded one of the towns, but ordinary people often did not see her. However, there were 2 groups of Linen sect inner sect cultivators who specialized in hunting Yin spirit ghost generals in the town. Outsiders could follow or invite them to tour the Ghost Valley. The Linen sect cultivators would not take a single cent of the harvest. However, the book also stated that the Linen sect cultivators would not serve as retainers for anyone. It was normal for them to leave someone in the lurch. However, if there were disciples of rich immortal families who felt that their families had too much money and came to the Ghost Valley for sightseeing, they could do so. As long as they followed the instructions of the linen sect cultivators, the linen sect could guarantee that they would be able to leave the Ghost Valley unscathed after seeing the scenery. As long as the sightseers followed the rules, the linen sect cultivators would not only compensate them with money but also with their lives if there were any unexpected losses during the sightseeing. In the night, Chen Pinggan closed the thick Rest Assured collection, got up and went to the window. He leaned against it and drank. At the end of the book, other than remembering the cumbersome taboos, he also saw the heroism of the linen sect cultivators in the book. Thinking back to the past. At that time, there was a youth in straw sandals in Black Pearl Grotto Heaven who raised his head high and saw an unforgettable scene. Countless sword cultivators traveled across continents on their swords to fight against the demons at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Seeking benefits and fame, just to sharpen their swords. No wonder she said that this cold and bitter land had so many heroes since ancient times. Only such soil could produce the most sword immortals in the world. If you are willing to give me a few jugs of wine, I am willing to return you a set of heroic spirit bones that are worth dozens of grain rain coins. Is it reasonable? No. Is it unreasonable? It is very reasonable. Chen Pinggan turned to look at the sword immortal on the table and said softly, "Don't worry, I will not embarrass you here." Chen Pinggan's gaze shifted slightly and looked at the bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "Because my name is Chen Pinggan. Pinggan, Pinggan, as in Pinggan, Pinggan. I am a swordsman." After a moment of silence, Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wouldn't it be more imposing to omit Pinggan?" Mural City had encountered a strange event that had not happened in 100 years. The linen sect cultivators began to seal the 3 walls that still had good fortune. Not only did they not allow any tourists to approach, but even the shopkeepers had to temporarily move away and wait for the linen sect's notice. Naturally, there was a lot of resentment and curses. One unlucky person was stomping his feet and cursing when a linen sect cultivator happened to pass by. The latter did not say anything and threw him to the ground. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Then, the poor guy's friend also did not say anything. He carried him and ran away. He did not apologize to the linen sect cultivators, nor did he say anything harsh. The North Continent was like this. If one had the guts to point at someone's nose and curse, it was one's business. But if one was beaten to the ground, it was one's own incompetence. One day, when one's fist was stronger than the others, he could get back at them. The Golden Core cultivator with the surname Yang had a headache. His junior brother Pang Lanchi was even more helpless. It turned out that under one of the murals, a young man in ragged clothes was kneeling and kowtowing. He was bleeding profusely and begging the rain goddess on the murals to give him an opportunity. He had a blood feud that he had to avenge. As long as the rain goddess was willing to give him a blessing, he was willing to be her slave for the rest of his life. Even if she wanted him to die immediately after taking revenge, he was willing to do so. Before the young man kowtowed, he took out an ancient jade token from somewhere and gently placed it on the ground. The middle-aged Golden Core cultivator waved his hand and signaled an outer sect cultivator to not chase the young man away. Pang Lanchi wanted to say something, but the middle-aged cultivator pressed his shoulder. The middle-aged cultivator's attention was more focused on the slender woman. When she appeared, the linen sect's mountain and river formation on the murals did not move. However, the natural restriction of the immortal palace arcane realm began to ripple. As for the goddess of Guanyin, she was not flustered at all. An outsider had gained her approval and the linen sect did not stop them from leaving. The goddess of Guanyin returned the favor and took the initiative to climb the mountain with her master to the ancestral hall of the linen sect. Therefore, the painting of the goddess of Guanyin was the first to turn into a sketch. Then, a 7-colored deer leaped from the painting of a deer-riding goddess, and its figure instantly disappeared. Soon after, it became the second painting of the day. The young cultivator was shocked. After all, this painting of the Heavenly Court's female official was the only painting that the linen sect was determined to get. Everyone in the linen sect hoped that their junior brother Pang Lanchi would be able to take over this Dao opportunity. Therefore, he almost could not hold back and tried to stop the 7-colored deer from leaving. However, the sect master, Immortal Master Guokai, quickly walked out of the murals and asked him to leave and guard the last painting of the goddess. Then, immortal Master Guakai returned to the Ghost Valley. She said that there was an important guest and she had to receive them personally. As for the visit of the goddess of Guanyin and her new master, she could only leave it to the martial uncle in the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator was confused. Could it be a sect master who could make the sect master come out to receive a guest? The goddess of rain finally showed up. Her face was pale. After walking out of the painting, she looked at the woman with the cold eyes and the ancient jade tablet with the characters of floating clouds and flowing water on the ground. This goddess, who was most proficient in the art of deduction, seemed to be in a dilemma. The middle-aged cultivator saw through some clues. This was a huge problem that the other 7 goddesses of the mural city had never encountered. If he did not pay attention to the gentle and weak woman's eyes, even a golden core cultivator like him would not pay attention to her if she was not standing under the mural. It was unimaginable that a goddess could have such a pitiful and helpless side. The goddess of rain was the one who had the most dealings with the hemp sect. It was said that she was the most resourceful goddess of the immortal palace's secret realm. She was especially good at playing chess. The ancestor once joked that if someone was lucky enough to gain the favor of the goddess of rain, they might not be too good at fighting and killing. However, an immortal mansion needed the help of this goddess the most. The woman glanced at the young man who was constantly kowtowing to the point where the bones on his forehead could be seen. Then, she looked at the goddess of rain and said, "Go and help him get through this difficult situation. After 60 years, come and ask for forgiveness." The goddess of rain's mind was wavering, so much so that the entire mural city seemed to be filled with mist. The goddess only felt that after seeing this woman whose cultivation was not too high, she was like an official at the foot of the mountain who saw a heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments. The goddess of rain said with a trembling voice, "How do I find the master after this?" The woman said indifferently, "Lion Peak." The middle-aged cultivator of the hemp sect frowned. The Lion Peak did have a powerful nascent soul cultivator who could not be underestimated. However, he was a male cultivator who was not young anymore. However, even if this nascent soul cultivator was here personally, how could the goddess of rain be so afraid? The woman smiled at the middle-aged golden core cultivator and introduced herself, "Lion Peak, Li Liu." The middle-aged cultivator still had not heard of this name, but he still said, "Hemp sect, Yang Lin." The young woman named Li Liu left the mural city just like that. It seemed that she did not even bother to look at the goddess of rain. The young man Pang Lanchi, who was standing at the side, blankly wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with emotion, "Senior brother Yang, this senior Li Liu is so scary." The middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, "It's okay to say this in front of me, but if your master heard it, he would scold you for not cultivating enough." The young man had a pure heart. He only thought that senior brother Yang had a calm temperament and would definitely be one of the pillars of the hemp sect in the future. However, he did not notice the complicated look in the eyes of this golden core cultivator. This was because Pang Lanchi did not know that he had lost the blessing of the painting of the deer-riding goddess. Inside the Ghost Valley, the group did not go through the entrance archway. Instead, one of them used his natal item to break open a gate, and then a drifting cloud boat rushed in. On the bow of the boat stood a young female sect master in a daoist robe and a lotus crown on her head. Beside her was a goddess with a 7-colored deer, and Jiang Shangzhen, who had changed his mind and wanted to tour the Ghost Valley. Although the drifting cloud boat given to him by Heavenly Lord Xieshe was an immortal supreme treasure, its speed was still much slower in the thick fog of the Ghost Valley. The drifting cloud boat was like a comet that streaked across the sky of the Ghost Valley. It was extremely eye-catching. The boat rubbed against the yin miasma, emitting colorful lights. At the same time, the sound of the boat breaking through the air was like thunder. Many otherworldly items on the ground ran away in all directions, and many cities along the way were quickly put on alert. Jiang Shangzhen put his palm on his forehead and looked into the distance. He said with a smile, "Sect Master we are almost at the White Bone capital. This drifting cloud boat is really a treasure. Do you want to sell it?" The young female sect master turned a deaf ear. The deer-riding goddess was the same as her master. She did not want to talk to this blabbermouth guy. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head and asked, "Sect master if you insist on killing him, I will have to stop you since there is such a huge gap between your realms. Of course, before that, if the White Bone capital wants to bully the two of you, he will have to ask for my Liu Yi's permission." The female sect master still did not speak. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Men and women in the world, it was easy to owe money, but difficult to repay the debt of love. How did this Chen Pinggan provoke her? He was so young, but he was so capable. If Chen Pinggan was here, Jiang Shangzhen would give him a thumbs up and praise him as a role model. For 90, at dawn, Chen Pinggan left the inn and told the waiter who was dozing off at the counter to check out. The young waiter did not mind and nodded. Although the young ranger with the bamboo hat had checked out 2 days in advance, the young waiter didn't have the money in his pocket. Therefore, the young waiter was a little dispirited and asked the inn's handywoman to clean the room. He would talk about it later. The young waiter turned his head and looked at the deserted street outside the inn. The figure of the young wanderer had already disappeared. When he thought of the news that came from the mural city, he became a little unhappy. The opportunity to obtain the 3 portraits of the female officials of the celestial heavens had been snatched away by an outsider. To think that he would go there whenever he had nothing to do. He thought to himself that the 3 goddesses didn't have much celestial aura and were definitely after the man's appearance and family background. When the young shop assistant thought of this, he became more and more discouraged. Rats were born to dig holes in the ground, it was infuriating. Chen Pinggan left the market and went to the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley. He paid 5 snow coins to the gatekeeper of the hemp sect and received a 9-fold seal jade token. If he could leave the Ghost Valley alive, he could ask for 2 snow coins back with the token. The toll was not expensive. It was only a dozen bowls of swaying river gloomy tea. Moreover, this amount of celestial money could be bought on credit with the hemp sect. Therefore, many desperate people in the northern countries of the Skeleton Beach would do 3 things when they entered the Skeleton Beach. They would spend a few coins at the Swaying River Temple, burn 3 incense sticks, pray to the river god, then go to the mural city to try their luck with the portraits of the goddesses. Finally, they would go to the market to buy a Rest Assured collection. After passing the archway, they could leave their lives to the heavens. After paying the money, they would receive the seal inscription Impressive Heavenly Might, kill thousands of ghosts. Most of the powerful yin spirits in the cities near the south of the Ghost Valley would not take the initiative to provoke the guy with the jade token. After all, the leader of the hemp sect, Guokai Immortal, was stationed in the Ghost Valley all year round and often led the cultivators of the 2 towns to hunt for otherworldly items. However, the city lords would not deliberately restrain the evil ghosts under their command. In the early days, many southern city lords did not believe in evil and liked to wait for the opportunity to kill the person with the jade token. As a result, Guokai Immortal Zhu Quan led a few direct disciples of the ancestral hall into the hinterland without caring about the cost. She risked her Dao foundation to behead the culprits in public. The reason why Guokai Immortal Zhu Quan was so slow to reach the unpolished Jade Realm was closely related to her killing enemies. She stayed in the nascent Soul Realm for too long. In the most dangerous situation, Guokai Immortal Zhu Quan was the only one who returned with serious injuries, and 3 heads of the city lords' yin spirits hung on her waist. After that, she was detained in the prison at the back of the mountain by the old leader and was not allowed to leave the mountain until she reached the upper 5 realms. When she was finally able to leave the mountain, the first thing she did was to return to the Ghost Dawn Valley. Had it not been for the founding ancestor's decree before his death, forbidding the successive sect masters from activating the immortal weapon bestowed by the great sects of the Central Plains and mobilizing the 100,000 nether soldiers to attack the Ghost Dawn Valley, given immortal Guokai's temper, he would have long led his army to the White Bone capital, even if it meant that his sect would suffer a great loss again. At this time, in addition to Chen Pinggan who was alone, there were 3 groups of people waiting there. Some were friends who were visiting the Ghost Valley with them, and some were retinues who followed them closely, waiting for the dawn. When entering the Ghost Valley to gain experience, As long as it was not a gamble with one's life, one would pay attention to the auspicious time. Some seniors of the clans and sects all warned the young juniors to be more careful in the Ghost Valley. Many of the warnings were actually old tunes that could be found in the Rest Assured collection. Chen Pingan hung the jade token on his waist and stood a little far away, warming his hands alone. When the dawn arrived, the old cultivator of the linen sect standing in the middle of the first two-colored glazed archway made way and said a few auspicious words. "I wish you all a smooth journey and a safe journey." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. He really had a good name. Chen Pingan walked at the back of the group. The archways were of different shapes and the contents of different plaques, which were eye-opening. For this trip to the Ghost Valley, Chen Pingan wore a green robe called Green Grass, which was given to him by the female flood dragon of the Xiang Mansion, Wu Yi. He took out the walnut bracelet given to him by Liu Jimao of the Qingxia Island from his Fengsuan item and hid it in his left sleeve with a stack of yellow paper talisman that he had drawn last night. Most of the talisman were the entry-level light-lifting talisman and barrier-breaking talisman from the True Alchemy Works. Of course, there were 3 Fengsuan talismans, one of which was drawn on a rare golden talisman paper. Last night, Chen Pingan had consumed a lot of energy and spirit. It could be used to escape or to fight. This golden Fengsuan talisman was the best combination with the deity drumming style. The group walked on this path for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. They passed by 12 archways. On the left and right sides of the archways, there were armored generals that were more than 20 feet tall. They were the 2 parties that built the ancient battlefield site of the Skeleton Beach. The 2 dynasties and the 16 vassal states were involved in the war. The 2 armies faced each other and fought for a full 10 years. In the end, both sides were blinded by bloodlust and no longer cared about the country. It was said that there were more than 10,000 Qi refinement warriors that came from the north to watch the war. Chen Pingan looked back and saw that the figure of the linen sect cultivator that was guarding the door was already blurred and could not be seen. The group stopped one after another. The sky was wide and the ground was wide, but the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. The yin energy in this small world was so dense that the seawater instantly poured into the major acupoints and Qi residents. It made it difficult to breathe and made one feel even more dignified. In the chapter of the Rest Assured collection, there was a detailed description of the corresponding method. The 3 groups of Qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists had already followed the prescribed order and resisted the attack of the yin energy. One of the young Qi refinement warriors, who was wearing a long mud-gold robe, underestimated the aggressive yin energy in the Ghost Valley and was caught off guard. In an instant, his face turned red. A woman carrying a saber and a bow beside him quickly handed him a celadon bottle. The young man drank a mouthful of the Sanlang Temple sweet rain that was brewed in his mountain and his face turned rosy. The young man was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically at the woman who looked like a retainer. The woman smiled and began to look around. She exchanged glances with a black-robed old man who was standing behind the young man. The old man signaled her not to worry. The Ghost Valley was not only a good place to gain experience but also a good opportunity for the enemy to send men of sacrifice to assassinate. The woman and the old man were both retainers. The woman, who was about 30 years old, was a pure martial artist who had just reached Realm 6. It was extremely rare. Although the North Continent had a huge pugilistic scene, there were not many female martial artists who were praised as master. To be able to reach Realm 6 at such a young age was even rarer. Usually, only immortal clans and imperial clans were able to nurture such outstanding children who were loyal and devoted. As for the black-robed old man, he was even more unfathomable. One could not even tell if he was a pure martial artist or a Qi refinement warrior. In the other group of Qi refinement warriors, a muscular man held an armor pill in his hand and wore a snow-white military dew armor. It glowed and the surrounding yin qi could not get close to him. An old cultivator took off the chest on his back and the sound of porcelain clanking could be heard. Finally, the old man took out a jade pot spring bottle that had the shape of a woman's body. It was clearly a high-grade spirit tool. After the old cultivator held it in his hand, strands of pure yin qi began to gather into the bottle from all directions. However, The yin-chi of heaven and earth came and went quickly. After a short moment, only a small bead of water the size of a grain of rice was condensed at the mouth of the pot. It gently floated in the air and didn't fall into the pot. A middle-aged cultivator shook his sleeve and a small, green, banana leaf banner appeared in his hand. He gripped the rosewood handle of the banner with 2 fingers and with a shake, it turned into a banner the length of an arm. There was a long, golden tassel attached to the wooden handle. The banana leaf banner hung on the middle-aged cultivator's wrist. The man silently recited the incantation. Yin-chi immediately washed the banana leaf banner like a stream of water. It was like a person washing his face with water. This was the simplest tempering method. It was easy to say that it was nothing more than taking out the spirit weapon. However, in the land of a continent, how many treasured lands were there? Could the yin-chi be rich and pure? Even if there were, it would have been taken over by the major sects. It would be tightly sealed and outsiders would not be allowed to touch it. It would not be like the sackcloth sect where outsiders could freely absorb it. 2 cultivators who were traveling in the Ghost Valley looked at each other and smiled. The purity of the yin-chi in the Ghost Valley was indeed different. It was most suitable for chi refinement warriors who were proficient in the Ghost Tao. They had really entered a mountain of gold and silver. Next, they would have to see how much they could take away. As for the military sect cultivator who had an armor pill, he was a guard they hired together. Compared to the yin-chi in the border area between the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley that had been filtered by the Sackcloth sect's mountain water formation, the Ghost Valley's innate yin-chi was not only more abundant, but also stronger. The closer to the hinterland, the more valuable and dangerous it would be. They might have to fight with the yin-chi along the way. If they succeeded, they would get a few sets of bones and make a profit. If not, everything would be over and their fate would be extremely miserable. Chi refinement warriors knew more about the pity of being an otherworldly item in the Ghost Valley than ordinary people. Chen Pingan glanced at them and stopped looking. Entering the Ghost Valley to absorb the yin-chi was a big taboo. The Sackcloth sect had clearly warned in the Rest Assured collection that this would easily provoke the hatred of the local yin-chi in the Ghost Valley. After all, who would be willing to have a thief in their home? However, everyone had their own fate. If one was capable and bold enough, the Sackcloth sect would not stop them. The last 2 people looked like a pair of young Taoist couples. They each carried a huge wooden box and seemed to have come to the Ghost Valley to pick up the leftovers. Other than the yin-chi and bones, the most precious things in the Ghost Valley were many strange flowers and herbs, as well as spiritual birds and beasts that grew in this small world. The Rest Assured collection had many records. However, the Sackcloth sect had been open for thousands of years. Countless people came here to try their luck. The Sackcloth sect also had people who specialized in searching for all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, in the past 100 years, there were very few people who were lucky enough to find any treasures. Chen Pingan squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He held it in his palm and gently twisted it. It was indeed very cool, similar to the 1,000-year-old soil in the graveyard. Chen Pingan threw away the soil and picked up a stone that could be seen everywhere. He gently pinched it with 2 fingers and frowned. The stone was similar to mud and was quite soft. As expected of the Ghost Valley, such a strange water and soil. The hemp sect had built 2 towns in the Ghost Valley. One town was called Orchid Deer, and the other was called Green Cottage. The former was located in the southernmost part of the Ghost Valley, and the latter was located in the westernmost part of the Ghost Valley. It was half of the cultivation grounds of the female sect leader, Zhu Quan. This immortal Guokai stayed here all year round. In the past 300 years, the city lord of Jingguan City had visited Green Cottage town twice. However, in the world of the living, walking in the Ghost Valley where the resentment of the dead was condensed, was like a firefly in the night sky. It was very eye-catching. Many malicious spirits that had completely lost their intelligence had an extremely keen sense of yang energy. If they were careless and moved slightly too much, they would attract wave after wave of malicious spirits. To the powerful yin spirits that oversaw a region, These malicious spirits with extraordinary combat strength were like chicken ribs. They were trying to recruit subordinates. Since they refused to be controlled and did not listen to orders, they might end up killing each other and damaging their own forces. Therefore, if they were allowed to wander in the wilderness, they would also be used as practice targets to train their troops. In the dense forest by the side of the road where a group of crows quietly perched, Chen Pingan stopped and turned his head to look. In the depths of the forest, there were shadows, white clothes swaying, suddenly appearing and then disappearing. Chen Pingan simply left the path and walked into the dense forest. The crows flapped their wings and flew, the withered branches trembled, like ghosts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, when Chen Pingan stepped into the forest, except for some rotten armors and rusty weapons that peeked out from the mud, there was nothing unusual. Chen Pingan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped onto a tall branch of a withered tree. After looking around, he still didn't find anything strange. However, when Chen Pingan suddenly shifted his gaze and looked over, he finally saw half of a pale face behind a tree. Her lips were scarlet, and she looked like a woman. In this lifeless forest, she was the only one looking at Chen Pingan. Her eyes moved very stiffly, as if she was sizing up Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan adjusted his bamboo hat, intending to ignore the sneaky, otherworldly creature. When he was about to jump down from the tall branch, he found that the branch under his feet had snapped without any warning. Chen Pingan took a step back and looked down. Blood slowly oozed out from the broken branch and dripped into the soil under the tree. Then, the rusty armors buried deep in the soil seemed to be put on by someone. The weapons were also pulled out from the ground. In the end, more than 10 armored soldiers stood up and surrounded the tall withered tree that Chen Pingan was standing on. Chen Pingan jumped down and stood on the shoulder of an armored soldier. He didn't expect that the armor would turn into ashes and scatter on the ground. Chen Pingan casually waved his sleeve, and a strong wind blew over. All the armored soldiers were turned into ashes one after another. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked behind him. The woman in white, who only showed half of her face, was hiding behind a tree. She was covering her mouth and giggling, but she didn't make a sound. Chen Pingan was confused. He smiled and asked, "Is there any malicious spirit around here?" The woman's movements were stiff. She slowly raised an arm and pointed at herself. Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head. "I mean the kind that can't be killed with one punch." The woman in white was stunned. Her face suddenly became ferocious. Under her pale skin, there seemed to be earthworms crawling. She used one hand like a knife to cut tofu, chopping down a big tree that was as thick as the mouth of a well. Then, she slammed her palm heavily toward Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan thrust his hand forward. His strong wind formed a wall in front of him. After the broken tree hit it, it turned into powder. For a moment, the broken pieces covered the sky. 2 snow-white sleeves wrapped around Chen Pingan's feet. Then, a woman's head popped out of the mud. No wonder she had to show half of her face to others. It turned out that although half of her face was deathly pale, she still had the appearance of a woman. The remaining half of her face was only covered by a thin layer of skin and bones. At first glance, she looked like an ugly woman with only half a face. Half of her face was like a pitiful woman on the verge of tears. She said in a trembling voice, "General, if you hate me for betraying you, you can just kill me. Don't cut my face with a knife. I can't take the pain." Chen Pingan allowed her sleeves to wrap around his feet. He lowered his head and looked. "You're one of the 4 trusted ghost generals of the nearby Greasy City's city lord, right? Why are you so close to the road? I have the jade token of the draped hemp sect. You shouldn't have come here to look for food. Aren't you afraid that the draped hemp sect's cultivators will cause trouble for you?" The female ghost in white didn't listen. She stretched out 2 fingers and tore off half of her face. The white bones inside were still covered with cuts made by sharp weapons. It was obvious that she had suffered an unusual pain before she died. She cried silently and pointed at the exposed white bones on half of her face. "General, it hurts, it hurts." Chen Pingan squatted down and looked at her with his hands in his sleeves. "All right, your mental manipulation is useless against me. I heard that Greasy Skin City has always been on good terms with the hemp sect. However, you have a group of arch-enemies. The leader is an earth-immortal nether spirit who is good at close combat. He has few soldiers and horses under his command, only a dozen or so malicious ghosts. However, he often roams around and commits crimes. For example, the elite scouts over there come and go. That gold core nether spirit loves to eat people alive, especially chi cultivators. If you fall into their hands, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You are like pigs and dogs. Today, you can cut off a leg, tomorrow, you can cut off a piece of meat. They don't dare to offend the ghosts in the big cities, so they pick on the weak ones. They target Greasy City and secretly kidnap one or two female otherworldly items every now and then. Your situation is even worse. The female ghost in white turned a deaf ear to his words and muttered, "It really hurts, it really hurts. I know I'm wrong. General, please be gentler." At this moment, Chen Pingan was surrounded by white fog, as if he was wrapped in an invisible cocoon. Chen Pingan's shoulders moved slightly. His gang chi shook and the white fog shattered. The female ghost knew that she was in trouble. Just as she was about to dig into the ground to escape, Chen Pingan quickly punched her forehead. The yin chi around her body froze. Then, Chen Pingan reached out and grabbed her neck, pulling her out of the ground. He shook his wrist and threw her heavily to the ground. The female ghost in white curled up like a snow-white mountain snake that had been beaten to a pulp. She collapsed on the ground. Chen Pingan sighed. "If you continue to dawdle like this, I'll really hit you hard." The female ghost in white chuckled and floated up. She turned into an otherworldly item that was 30 feet tall. Her snow-white clothes also grew bigger. There were a few concise sentences in the Rest Assured collection to introduce this otherworldly item of Greasy City. The female ghost called herself Half-Face Makeup. When she was alive, she was the concubine of a meritorious general. After she died, she turned into a vengeful spirit. Because she owned a robe of unknown origin, she was good at transforming into beautiful women. She used the fog to deceive cultivators' minds, allowing them to be slaughtered. She broke their bones and sucked their marrow. She was extremely difficult to kill. Once, she was hit by an earth-immortal sword cultivator who was traveling in the Ghost Valley, but she still survived. The gigantic white-clothed ghost's sleeves fluttered like ripples on a river. She reached out a hand that was as big as a praying mat and wiped her face. She and Chen Pingan stared at each other, and her remaining eye glowed with 7 different colors. Then, in a flash, she created a face out of thin air. Chen Pingan squinted his eyes. "You're courting death." The female ghost began to circle Chen Pingan. Her lips did not move, but her voice lingered around Chen Pingan. It was extremely seductive and bewitching. "You're willing to kill me? Can you kill me? Why don't you make love to me? You'll only have to consume some young chi and spiritual chi. You can get what you want. I won't lose anything from you. Why not?" If it was in the past, no matter if it was when he traveled around the Aquarius continent or Tongyi continent, or when he accidentally entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Chen Pingan would carefully hide his trump card, and use his strength and methods according to the strength of his opponent. It could be said that he was cautious and advanced step by step. If it was in the past, when he met this white-clothed otherworldly creature, he would definitely fight with his fist first. Then, he would use some talisman methods. Then, he would use the Flying Sword 15 in the blade strengthening gourd. Finally, he would unsheath the sword saint on his back. But today, Chen Pingan directly unsheathed the sword and chopped off the head of the otherworldly creature with the sword saint in his hand. After the head was separated, the head that returned to its original appearance stagnated in the air for a moment. Then, it fell straight to the ground. Suddenly, the half-opened female face on the head burst out a loud cry. Just as it was about to move, it was nailed to the ground by Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan casually grabbed the snow-white robe in the palm of his hand. It shrunk to the size of a silk handkerchief. It was as light as a feather and was full of spiritual chi. It was slightly cold to the touch, but it did not have any yin chi. It was a good robe. It might not be inferior to the grass robe he was wearing. This female ghost did not have any combat power. As Chen Pinggan said, it was not difficult to beat her half to death with one punch. However, her real body was not here. No matter how hard he beat her, he could not hurt her. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, in this place full of yin qi, the female ghost without a real body might be able to use her secret skills to kill Chen Pinggan countless times. She would not stop until the yin qi in the skin, which was similar to the traveling yin spirit, was exhausted and broke off from the real body. The flying sword 15 was the same. After all, they could not be like the natal flying sword of the legendary land sword Immortal, which could penetrate time and water and ignore thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. As long as they followed the slightest trace, they could kill the enemy without leaving a trace. Only the sword saint on his back was different. The inexplicable appearance and inexplicable disappearance of the female ghost from Greasy City not only dissipated her physical body in the blink of an eye, but she must have also injured some part of her original true body. The sword Immortal returned to his scabbard on his own and remained silent. Chen Pinggan had just put the exquisite robe into his sleeve when he saw a stooped old woman not far away. She seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact, she had shrunk the ground into an inch. She stood 10 steps away from Chen Pinggan. The old woman's face was gloomy. It was just a harmless test. Why do you have to kill me? Do you really think that the Greasy City is a soft persimmon? The city lord is already here. Just wait for your death. Chen Pinggan looked up. There was a huge carriage floating in the air. It was surrounded by a large number of female officials. Some were holding a treasure cover to block the sun, some were holding a jade tablet to open the way, and some were holding a huge feather fan to block the wind and dust. It made the carriage look like an emperor on a tour. It seemed that the city lord of the Greasy City had come in person. In the Ghost Valley, whether it was the heroic spirit who ceded the land to become the king or the powerful yin spirit who occupied the mountains and rivers, they were all more lawless than the island lords of the Book Lake. This group of female ghosts of the Greasy City was just not powerful enough. The bad things that they could do were not that big. Compared to other cities, their reputation was slightly better. Chen Pinggan held his bamboo hat and retracted his gaze. He looked at the old woman with a gloomy expression. I'm not scared. First set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guesthouse. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.